Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to buy Japanese yen. We received confirmation, and I'm placing an order to buy at 105.740. Just right here. Let's see. Yep. Okay, we filled. Position open for Japanese yen. The long position. So if you follow my trades, please place an order. If you have time, you probably will have few chances. Place an order, and we'll wait and see how much profit Japanese yen will give us.
The 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction.
I'm placing a stop for euro. So you need to place stop at 120.78. Just right here. Stop on profit. Yep. Okay, whatever happened, you will close your trade with 2 pips in profit.
Not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
And we close position on euro at 120.78. Just let me, I'll show you right there. It's not very complicated, yeah, if you know what you're doing. So again, another profit.
People think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends. But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia...
I'm placing a stop on profit for Japanese yen at 105.76. Just right here.
Exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes. The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你高。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, but it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest.
We just closed position on Japanese yen, as you can see. And it took us less than 30 minutes. Well done, guys. All of you who follow this trade, you made a profit just in about 30 minutes. It's all about how much broker pays you per pip. If you trade on margin, you probably made good profit. If you don't, if you trade not on margin, it all depends on the volume you use when you invest in Forex pairs. Okay, but still, you're in profit. Well done.
Media's blogs, ValueAg outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's energy independence executive order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch. Some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file. And we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. Turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress. And sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature. And it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that...
I'm placing another new order to sell short euro at 120.76.8. Just right here. I will remove previous orders, so we will know that this is new order. Okay, I placed a new order to sell short at 120.76.8.
While things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Okay, new position open on euro at 120.76.8. Short position. So if you guys follow in the trades and if you want to open new position, please do. It moved higher, so you have a chance to open your position.
A bit like an addiction. You've got to make something. You have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time. And as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweler. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes. You can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to the teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question?
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and
it really worked.
12 in the morning, pop shows, living there.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me, that was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well. And one day, it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for, independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this.
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
To creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1.
Yeah,
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
You guys copped the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop this shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
Back on my bullshit, man, you can't believe it. Who the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs.?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well, and it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can, and if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったので、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在している。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer. But humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire! It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh,
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe. And my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it was like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Paramount or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Our world is changing. Every day, it changes a little faster. Some changes are too small to see. Others, too big to handle. Sometimes, change feels slow. So slow, we don't even notice. Other times, it happens all at once, and we can't keep up. For our climate, change means many things. And between too small to see and too big to handle, there is a whole world of difference. The clock is ticking. This is Bloomberg Green.
Saving the seas. This week, the deep-sea diver who stopped writing the ocean's obituary to find a solution. Enric Sala tells us why the next 10 years matter most. And globalization needs to get greener. Shipping accounts for nearly an eighth of all transport emissions. How can the industry clean up its act? Plus, protecting coastlines comes at a huge environmental cost. But one Israeli startup found a way to keep the sea out and the animals in. From London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green. After more than a decade of studying the ocean as an academic, Enric Sala realized he was writing the ocean's obituary. He quit his job and became a full-time conservationist. As an in-house explorer for National Geographic, he's clocked more than 5,000 open water dives. He's also founded Pristine Seas, a project that combines exploration, research, and media to lobby countries to protect their oceans. To date, it has helped create marine reserves equivalent to half the size of Canada. I spoke to him about his mission and why it's so urgent.
The state of the world's oceans is really bad. We have lost 90% of the large fish in the ocean. Sharks, groupers, cod, tuna. More than half of the fish stocks are overfished, which means that we are taking them out of the water faster than they can reproduce. More than half of the ocean is affected by industrial fishing, and global warming is killing coral reefs all around the world. The ocean is in a trajectory of decline.
Can you just visualize for our viewers who never get to see the kind of things you are able to see, what an ocean and healthy ecosystem looks like versus one that's next to a bustling economic and industrialized area?
Coral reefs in the United States, in the Florida Keys, are down to only 2% of what they used to be. Before, 80 to 90% of the bottom on a coral reef in the Caribbean was covered by live coral. Now, Florida Keys have only 2%. The average in the Caribbean is about 5% of the bottom covered by live coral. The rest is covered by slime and seaweed. And most of the fish you can see are this big. And it is very, very rare that if you jump into any place in the Caribbean at random, you see a shark. It's very, very rare. Now, let's go to Millennium Atoll, for example. An atoll that is uninhabited and fished south of the equator in the Central Pacific, belongs to the Republic of Kiribati. 2009, we conducted the first underwater expedition to this island, and I still remember the first time. Jumped over the side of the boat, and as soon as the bubbles cleared, I was surrounded by 15 gray reef sharks. After a couple minutes, the sharks decided that we were boring, and they went back to do their thing. And you look down, 90% of the seafloor is covered by thriving coral, and it's full of fish, and a sea turtle comes by. Now, this abundance that we rarely see anywhere except in well-managed marine reserves. This is what the ocean used to be like, and this is what we have learned from going to these pristine places.
And you write in your book that you're writing the obituary of ocean life. What's the cure?
The cure is doing less harm. Basically, there are three things that we are doing to the ocean. One is we are taking fish out of the water faster than they can reproduce. Two, we are turning the ocean warmer and more acidic because of man-made climate change. And three, we are throwing in everything that we don't want, our waste and our plastic. We need basically to reverse these trends.
Does this mean that a lot of this falls to governments and their policies?
That's a big part of it, because it is governments that regulate fishing and mineral extraction and oil extraction. these governments that have the legal authority to create large marine reserves in the ocean. But also, local communities have an important role to play because some of the most successful protected areas in the ocean are community-led and community-managed marine reserves. So when the fish come back, the divers come in. And that creates huge economic opportunities through ecotourism. These areas that are managed by communities are very successful because the communities have a vested interest in having as many fish as possible inside them so they can enjoy the benefits.
What from the pandemic has changed your view when it comes to protection of the environment?
Nature has given us a very strong signal of how fast it can recover if we just give it space. Everybody was fascinated by all these videos of the whales and the dolphins coming into marinas and mountain lions on the streets of Santiago in Chile, wild goats in the UK. Nature has this extraordinary ability to bounce back if we just give it space. This is why we need to protect at least 30% of the planet by 2030.
How do healthy marine ecosystems help in the fight against climate change, though?
Most people see the ocean as a victim of climate change, but the ocean can also be a solution because we know that the more life that is in the ocean, like big fish and big whales, the more these organisms help to make the ocean productive and absorb more CO2. The kelp forest, seagrass beds, all of these are important ecosystems in the ocean that are similar to the forests on the land that capture a lot of our carbon pollutions.
What are you most excited about in your field?
We have 10 years to fix this problem. Global fisheries catch is going down, stocks are collapsing. Business as usual means that by 2050, 90% of the coral reefs are gone, that most commercial fisheries have collapsed. That affects food security, that affects migration of people. We have 10 years to get to peak greenhouse gas emissions and then go carbon neutral by 2050. And we have 10 years to protect at least 30% of the ocean so we can restore much of this health and productivity, not just for saving biodiversity, but also saving our life support system. We are not talking about something that is apart from us. We are not apart from nature. We are a part of nature. So these 10 years are probably the most critical in the history of humanity.
The most accurate measurements of changing oceans will come from space. While Enric Sala explores what lies beneath, a new satellite is giving us data from above.
We'll learn more about our oceans and climate change, but from space. A new satellite's been launched from California. Its mission, track the accelerating rise of sea levels.
Well, the main instruments on board include a dual-frequency radar altimeter. This is the primary instrument of the mission, and that's the one that's measuring sea surface height, significant wave height, and wind speed over the ocean. And from those measurements, we can actually have the superb measurements that we expect of sea level rise.
Data gathered from Sentinel-6 will be used alongside information from other satellites to build as complete a picture of the oceans as possible.
With a long record in the global climate.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration expects that sea level rise will increasingly threaten U.S. coastlines. One example, the southern tip of Manhattan is expected to flood 20 to 40 times a year by 2030.
11 of the 15 largest megacities are located at the coast, and this number will double. The number of people living in coastal area will double by 2060. So, knowing how much sea level is rising at the coast and how much it will rise in the future in coastal areas is as obvious. It's obviously a major goal for human beings.
Coming up, from sails to steam to oil, the shipping industry is no stranger to change. But how will it navigate the next transition? This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's European headquarters in London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. Now, for your roundup of this week's latest climate news, Jennifer Zabazaja has your Green in Brief.
Here's the climate news you need to know. Deforestation of the world's largest rainforest has hit a 12-year high. More than 4,000 square miles of the Amazon rainforest was destroyed in 2020. That's a 9.5% increase from a year earlier. Government data shows that destruction has soared since President Jair Bolsonaro took office and weakened environmental enforcement. The Amazon is home to millions of species and plants and is critical in the fight against climate change. Bitcoin is hitting all-time highs, but at what cost to the environment? The cryptocurrency is energy intensive, and there are concerns if it becomes mainstream. According to MIT, back in 2018, Bitcoin's carbon footprint was almost as big as Portugal's. Want to get better at tackling climate change? We'll hire more women. That's according to Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Firms with 30% or more women in top jobs tend to perform better when it comes to the environment and are more likely to set clear climate goals. Shopping online is more popular than ever now, but the price of convenience is measured in CO2, and more deliveries means more fuel burned and more packaging wasted. So what can companies do? Well, many are becoming more efficient and sourcing more clean energy for their data centers and warehouses. And England's farmers will be paid to go green after Brexit. As European subsidies are phased out, they'll get new money to encourage them to produce healthy, sustainable food. Poor farming practices are one of the leading drivers of water pollution and the loss of biodiversity. I'm Jennifer Zabazaja in New York. Anne-Marie, back to you.
The shipping industry is more than just the grease on the wheels of globalization. It's its chief enabler. 11 billion tons of goods are transported by ship each year, the biggest contributors being 2 billion tons of oil, 1 billion tons of iron ore, and 350 million tons of grain. According to the International Chamber of Shipping, 80% of Europe's imports and exports happen over the seas. And for such a vast industry, it also contributes its fair share of emissions. Shipping makes up 12% of global transport energy consumption. So how does it clean up its act? Earlier, I caught up with Bloomberg Green reporter Laura Milan about just how big of a challenge this is going to be for the industry.
One of the main issues is size. So about 90% of the world's cargo is moved by ships. So obviously changing such a huge industry is not going to be fast and it's not going to be easy. The second issue has to do with technology. So ships obviously travel for many days at sea. It's not as easy for them to refuel as it would be for a car, for example, going on a road. And the sector still hasn't found a technology that's economically viable and that's zero emissions and equivalent to the electric batteries for cars, for example.
But actions are being put in place to make the industry a bit more environmentally friendly. Walk us through those steps that they're taking.
That's it. So there's a first step that would involve using low emission fuels or biofuels that would significantly reduce the existing emissions. And then at a regulatory level, when it comes to the policy and the governments, there are steps being made as well. I would say that the most significant ones come from the European Union, which started to track emissions a few years ago and is now looking to include shipping emissions in the emissions trading system. So that would significantly reduce and help calculate the emissions from the shipping industry. Now, China is taking similar steps. So at the moment, regions need to report shipping emissions to the central government. And finally, we have the International Maritime Organization with a pledge to reduce shipping emissions by 50% in 2050. Now, we must say that that pledge has been considered insufficient by environmental groups, but at least some steps are being taken.
So to get to 2050, the industry obviously is going to need to start tapping some new technologies. What new technologies are you seeing being introduced into the shipping industry?
So we have seen pilot technologies being developed for years now, but what's interesting interesting about this current moment is that we're seeing big players invest in these technologies that are not yet economically viable, but that one day might be. So, for example, we are seeing earlier this year the world's largest agricultural commodities trader, Cargill, saying they will invest in attaching sails to their ships so they can make any technology that they run their ships on more efficient. Similarly, we have seen a spin-off of Airbus, the aeronautics company, developing a similar application with kites. We have been following also developments in hydrogen. So at the moment, hydrogen fuel seems like a good option, a possible option when it has been developed and when it becomes economically viable. And we have Vestas, for example, the world's largest turbine maker, developing some ships that will be able to run on hydrogen in the near future.
Coming up, rising sea levels means humans need to get creative when it comes to coastal defenses. But how do we protect both ourselves and the environment? One Israeli startup may have the answer. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Green. In London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. After water, what's the resource that humans use the most? It's concrete, 3 tons a year for every person on the planet. And engineers estimate it's used twice as much as all other building materials combined. And it comes with a huge environmental cost. Concrete, not just in cities, it's a common feature on our coastlines too. And that's taking a toll on biodiversity. But one Israeli startup has found a way of making sea defenses stronger and encouraging life to thrive.
If you take a look at concrete structures like breakwaters or seawalls, the water around them is often clear. That's not actually a good thing, because it means there's no life. Marine species are actually most abundant in coastal areas, but it's also where us humans prefer to live too. So when we build here, we drive away marine life.
Concrete in the marine world has a lot of additives, a lot of chemicals, and some of those materials are actually leaching out, and they're actually prohibiting marine life to thrive. If we keep developing without any regards to natural communities, there is a tilting point from which beyond we cannot really go back.
In the coastal city of Tel Aviv, an Israeli startup wants to revolutionize our urban coastlines. Their sea defenses are transforming lifeless man-made structures into teeming ecosystems. They do this by replacing standard concrete with their own special cement formulas.
As opposed to regular cement-based concrete, e-concrete includes certain elements that enhance the growth of marine flora and fauna of plants and animals. Our admix, which is kind of our secret sauce, is basically kind of sealing the concrete, making it less aggressive for the marine environment. That once we add it, we enable life to flourish.
In the lab, the team run tests to identify what mixes will work best for marine life.
So we take really ice cube sized concrete slabs of different compositions, and we put larvae, 20, 30, 50. We need to have a lot of replicates. We're geeky scientists, so we have to have a lot of replication and controls. And then within a few days or just a few weeks, we can get an answer on their preference. So obviously, if they die, they have a very low tolerance to that specific concrete mix design. And if they thrive or they flourish, we can quantify that very quickly.
E-concrete says it typically sees double the biodiversity of regular grey concrete. from fish and sea caterpillars on their armor blocks to crabs on these tidal pools that sit on the shoreline.
This unit holds water during the low tide, so it's always moist, and therefore it has a very comfortable habitat for crabs and sea anemones and sea stars, etc. These pools have been here for less than 3 months, and this is already what you can see. It's covered with life. See the rock around it, which has been here for probably 10, 20, maybe even more years, only has a thin layer of green algae, and that's it.
As well as the composition of the cement mix, eConcrete designs its products specifically to the marine environment it will be deployed, to create niches for endangered species, or to develop nurseries like these oyster beds. The final part of the equation is creating complex surface textures to mimic natural rock or coral, an environment that helps anchor young organisms.
When concrete elements are being cast, the typical goal is to have a very slick surface, very, very smooth. The idea is to get the water to flow right across it. When we're designing eConcrete with a rough surface, we want to do the complete opposite. We want to slow the water when they are crossing the structure so that the larvae can actually adhere and attach to the surface.
eConcrete has to offer its clients more than just ecological credentials. Over time, they've discovered that creating hospitable habitats for marine life adds another advantage, one that is surely hard to ignore.
We've seen evidence to the fact that the growth of the organisms on the concrete create kind of a layer of defense. Just the addition of weight, we can actually gain stability and strength over time.
This is let's say the unit when we put it in the water. And this is after a year in the water. And what you can see here is all the oysters are completely covering it. We designed the units so they can withstand the forces and perform in terms of structural performance, but they can also be a backbone for ecological enhancement.
The company tests its miniature designs in tanks full of real seawater, rocks, plants, and animal life from around the world.
What we're looking for is the accumulation of calcium carbonate on the surface of the concrete of different mixes and different designs. This is the process we call it biogenic buildup. So with time, we get a buildup of calcium carbonate that is sourced from marine organisms on the surface of the concrete. And we actually encapsulate the concrete with a natural rock. So when the organism die, in the case of a coral, it will die, and then another coral will sit on it, and that's how a reef is growing.
The hope that our man-made structures could become stronger over time also means better economics. The units require less maintenance and could therefore stay in the water for longer. eConcrete, though, is just a few years old, so it needs more time to really quantify the longevity of its products. But the company are certain their products are better for the environment, and not just in terms of improving biodiversity.
We're kind of trying to offset some of that immense carbon footprint of the concrete industry.
Construction is responsible for about 11% of global carbon emissions. By adding a biological crust to their products, eConcrete prevents some CO2 from being released into the atmosphere.
For every kilogram of calcium carbonate being created by those marine organisms, we're offsetting 120 grams of CO2. So think about building a port infrastructure or a city waterfront that is an active carbon sink. I think that's a great advantage of the technology.
That does it for this week, but let's keep the conversation going on Twitter. Follow us at Climate. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from our homes in New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is a snowy Thursday here in New York City, February 18, 2021. You were here at the office and then you sped home.
Yeah, I'm happy to report, Carol, that the roads were okay.
Oh, I'm glad to hear.
And, and not a lot of people are out there, which is good.
Okay, yeah, because I'm watching outside my window and it's a little slick and a little snowy. Listen, folks, we've got a lot going on. We've got stocks at 2-week lows. We've got yields edging higher. We've got investors have been listening. I've been listening to the House Financial Services here, and it got a little heated, Tim.
It did. I listened to it on my entire drive home, and it was good stuff. You know, I got to tell you, lawmakers, even a year into this pandemic, they're still not muting their Zooms.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Or not knowing when to unmute. All right, we got a lot to cover on this Thursday. Let's get you going, though, with a check on that trading day. Here is Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Working from the office, we've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now. U.S. stocks lowest in 2 weeks. Bond yields edging higher as concern grows across markets that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. Right to the numbers, S&P down 20, a drop right now of 0.5%. NASDAQ down 117, a decline of 0.8%. The Dow is down 129, a drop there of 0.4%. 10-year yield 1.27%. Gold is at $17.74 the ounce, down 0.1%, lower right now by $1.60. Silver tumbling 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude pulling back today, down 2.1%, back below 60 on WTI right now, 59.80, and natural gas now slumping 5.3%, 304 per million BTUs. Again, recapping, equities lower across the board, lowest for the S&P in 2 weeks, down now by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you for that update. Now time for the Market Drivers Report. And let's get right to it. With us, Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access in New Jersey. Michael McKee also with us, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, also in New York City. Dave, let's start with you. GameStop. Tim and I have been obsessed with it, listening in. Any impact it's having on the trade?
It sure doesn't look that way. I mean, there are other issues that are bigger and broader that people are concerned about at this point, especially what's going on with interest rates, the idea that, maybe the economy is starting to recover, or at least it will down the line, and so you're going to see rates move up in advance of that, in anticipation of a pickup in growth. So, you've got that kind of front and center right here, and some fairly broad weakness as a result. 8 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 are lower. Energy stocks with the biggest declines, technology, communication services, which includes the likes of Facebook and Google's owner Alphabet, also down. One thing that's interesting, though, utility shares actually had the biggest gains. That's not just an interest rate-driven situation. You got this company, First Energy, based out in Ohio, that billionaire investor Carl Icahn said he's buying a stake in. And so when Icahn moves, people pay attention. And so First Energy shares, best performers at the moment in the S&P 500, up 9.5%.
But Dave, we did see a pop in GameStop shares earlier today when Roaring Kitty said that he would buy GameStop shares at the current price. They've since moved lower, down 2.1%, but he's moving the stock today.
Yeah, but, you look at the trading range for GameStop, and even by recent standards, it's not much. I mean, you've seen a swing of about 12 percentage points from high to low for GameStop. And the beauty of the Bloomberg terminal, you can sort of look day to day at how the shares move. And, you go back to last week, there was one day when the range was more like 32 points. So, sure, things happen, but it's not like it's really kind of affecting the bigger picture all that much.
Well, I want to bring in Michael McKee, and we're going to talk about those weekly job lists. We're going to talk about economics. But, Mike, this is one of the stories that I know even you, listen, you've seen lots of market cycles. You jump in on these types of, trading stories, questions about how things are being done. What's your take on what we've been hearing out of Washington and just the whole exploration into GameStop and the Reddit trading frenzy?
I'm going to be, I suppose, lined up with a lot of people on Wall Street who think it's political theater down in Washington, because there's really nothing that anybody has found yet. The SEC is looking into it, but nobody's found anything illegal. And you haven't seen a lot of people lining up at the Salvation Army to get food handouts because they lost money on GameStop. So at this point, I think the story is going to gradually fade away. There'll always be something new coming up, however, for us to talk about.
Well, it's so interesting because, Mike, there were so many questions, at least in the part that I was able to listen to, from about 1 o'clock to 1:30, where questions centered around payment for order flow, the way that Robinhood and other no-fee brokers make money. So do you think there's any chance that we'll see any changes to the legality around payment for order flow, or anything when it comes to T+2?
My guess is that you won't see anything from Congress around those things. You may see something from the SEC once you get Gary Gensler in there and get a chance to look at things. And there's probably no reason you can't go to T+1, which would be an evolution. It used to be a T3. So maybe we go to that. But I think payment for order flow is probably here to stay. I'm not enough an expert on the rules to know whether they can be tweaked or tightened. But if it does give you the opportunity to have no commission stock trading, and Congress thinks that's good for the people, then it will probably stay, as long as regulators are sure that nobody's front running them. And I think Citadel making that case strongly today.
Hey, Mike, I know we threw you into the GameStop frenzy there, and we appreciate it. Talk to us, though, about the labor market frenzy or lack thereof, because those numbers came in not like everyone expected.
Yeah, very disappointing. There was hope because we cracked 700,000 level last week that we would continue going down. Instead, we lose the 7 handle. Last week was revised up to 848,000, and then last week, the most recent report comes in at 861,000. So there is a feeling that there's a lot of duplication in that some states are just catching up on backlogs. A lot of this caused by the delay in getting the latest stimulus bill passed that extended benefits. But it still shows you that the labor market, whether you believe the actual number or not, is still in a lot of trouble. And one of the worst things is this was the survey week, the week they take the survey for the February payrolls report. So it does suggest that we're not going to see a big rebound from the disappointing numbers we saw in January.
Bond yields edging higher. What's the story in the bond market?
Well, at this point, there's a lot of reflation trade going on, in the sense that you're looking at the rise in oil prices. And by the way, import prices up 1.4% on the month. In January, we saw them at, or in December, we saw them at a negative 0.3% on an annual basis. That's up to 0.9% now. It's a big gain. Oil prices were up 8.3%. So we're importing inflation because of oil and the weak dollar. And so that just adds to the feeling that with all this money out there, with all the money the Fed and the potential new stimulus bills are going to put into the economy, that we could see inflation rise. Now, I mean, we're talking about 2 to 3%, which would be probably okay with the Fed because they think it'll be temporary. But if you're in the business of making money with bonds, you're going to be looking at more short-term trading than buying something for 20 years.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right. Hey, Mike, thank you so much. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg News. Dave's going to be back later on with his chart and stock of the day. Tim, let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day. One number that tells us a lot. Today's number, it's how many kids are in my family. 7.
Wow.
That's not the bite, though.
It's not the bite. 7 minutes of terror. This refers to the nail-biting moments NASA scientists bide while robots speed, then slam on the brakes to gingerly touch down on Mars later today. NASA is going to try to land its largest Mars rover yet, the SUV-sized Perseverance, in an ancient lake bed on the planet's surface. It's going to happen at about 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time, so in just a little bit. The mission aims to answer the age-old question of whether there was ever life on Mars.
I love this stuff. I really do. And by the way, I don't have 7 kids. I just am one of 7 kids.
Right, to clarify.
Just to clarify. All right, let's get some clarification when it comes to all of the things happening in world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The number of new COVID-19 cases is trending down as more Americans are vaccinated and more Americans heed advice for wearing face masks and socially distance.
2 weeks after their second dose, people can breathe a partial sigh of relief. Jason Farley of Johns Hopkins University said in a Bloomberg interview.
We know that it prevents 100% of hospitalizations and deaths so far. So if you're notified that you had a contact with someone who tested positive, you can go about life as normal. So that's big, particularly for the workforce.
Farley also said the time is not yet to relax restrictions on indoor dining and group activities, while COVID variants continue to spread, and this country is behind the curve in tracking them. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is coming under fire for taking a trip to Cancun with family as the state deals with massive power outages. He says he flew to Mexico after his daughters said they wanted to take a trip. Cruz says his family also lost power, and he's been in constant communication with state and local officials. Well, Carol and Tim, you mentioned this. A 6-wheeled rover made by NASA is expected to land on Mars this afternoon. Mars 2020 engineer Chloe Sackler says, as you mentioned, Tim, the riskiest part of the mission is going to begin this afternoon when the rover enters the Martian atmosphere. It is known as the 7 minutes of terror.
But it's terrifying because the spacecraft has to manage that descent stage all by itself.
The rover, called the Perseverance, will hunt for Martian rocks. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. I love that story. My dad, who worked and was involved in space programs and things like that years ago, decades ago, when it came to the moon landings, but he would always talk about planes and aviation like your most difficult times, takeoff and landing, and that's true when you're dealing with space.
It absolutely is, and it's remarkable that some of the technology that they're using today, 2021, is the same technology they were using in the mid-1970s when we first sent rovers to Mars.
It's pretty wild, right?
It's wild, yeah.
Like you think about all the advancements that we constantly talk about, innovation, disruption, but some things like when they work and they last.
Amazing.
Hey, listen, Nancy was talking about a story we talked about. We're going to talk about a story that Nancy talked about. This is among our most read on the Bloomberg. Has to do what Nancy talked about. Texas Senator Ted Cruz confronting some harsh criticism for flying to Cancun, Mexico with his family while the state he represents, the lovely state of Texas, is dealing with a historic winter storm and widespread power outages. I mean, listen, we've all seen the pictures. It's really rough out there.
It is absolutely rough, and we're going to talk about it a little later in the show. But Carol, I got to tell you, I saw this play out in Twitter on real time last night. People started posting images of the senator at a Texas airport getting ready to board the plane to Cancun, and the internet sleuths ended up figuring it out like they do in so many instances. It was indeed him. I got to tell you, I am not a high-powered political consultant. I am not an elected official, but maybe if you are one of 2 senators in a state that has millions of people without power, maybe it's not the best thing to go on vacation to a warm place while so many of your constituents don't have power or water.
Yeah, and listen,
I don't know.
I feel like whatever I say here or whatever we say, we might get in trouble. From people who say, wait, you're being too harsh, or people saying, wait, you're not being harsh enough. But it feels, I think a lot of people would say it's a little tone deaf. And I would say that Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, this isn't political. It's just you have a state. I have relatives there. I mean, it's really rough. People are losing their lives right now.
Yeah. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lowest level for the U.S. stock market, the S&P in 2 weeks. Bond yields edging higher as concern grows across markets that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index is slumping, down now by just about 1.2%. S&P 500 index down for a third day after a report showed initial jobless claims rose more than expected. Right now we have got the S&P down 17, drop of 0.4%. The Dow is down 101, lower by 0.3%. NASDAQ down 101, a drop now of 0.7%. 10-year yield 1.27%. Gold is little change, lower now by 49 cents the ounce at $17.75. West Texas Intermediate crude moving back and forth above and below $60. $60.38 right now on WTI. It is down 1.2%. Natural gas down 4.7%, 306 per million of BTUs. Among the many companies reporting after the bell today will be Applied Materials, AMET down now by 1.6%. Again, recapping, S&P lower by 17, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So listen, we've got winter storms slowing down the vaccination drive in New York, Florida, and Puerto Rico, a lot of other places. Anthony Fauci, nation's top infectious disease doctor, Tim saying inoculations have come to a grinding halt in some places, so that's a little worrisome.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's why we see the numbers come down in the Bloomberg Vaccine Tracker. If there is bad weather, it can change not just in a state, but also the supply chain.
Yeah, exactly. So watching all of that closely. Right now, right now, cases exceeding 110 million around the world. Let's get into our next guest, who has spent over 3 decades working to boost the health, safety, and sustainability of our planet and the people working on it. Dr. Shelley Hearn back with us, director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Public Health Advocacy at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. She's with us once again from Charleston, South Carolina. Dr. Hearn, nice to have you back with us. How are you?
I'm doing well, Carol. Thank you. Though, just like so many other Americans, I can't wait to get my vaccination shot.
Right. And forgive me, my understanding is you're in D.C., not in South Carolina. Yeah, how do you think it's going? It feels like over the last couple of days we've been asking internally, and our reporters have been reporting on it about, hey, is the worst over? Because it did feel like with cases and hospitalizations coming down and more vaccines getting out, it did feel like it was getting better. How do you see it? What are you hearing?
Well, it absolutely is going in the right direction. You've seen the trends. We had our highest peaks ever in actual COVID deaths in January, over 4,000 a day. We're dropping now to 2,000, which is the right direction, but it's still much higher than the horrific peaks that we had in the summer. So we got to continue to stay vigilant, keep on this. Vaccines is just one part of that equation, but it really comes down to also the masks, the social distancing, the care that we have to do and continue to keep up.
Why do you think we're seeing such a dramatic drop in such a short time? Is it too early to see the effects of the vaccine, or is it because we're over that post-holiday bump?
It's speculation, and there are a number of different theories. The science hasn't come in yet, but it's probably a small contribution on the number of people that have actually had COVID that are getting vaccinated. I think with news on the variant being out there, people have heightened again their vigilance in being careful on social distancing and wearing masks. You see more mandates. So it really comes down to a number of factors that help turn this around. And hopefully down the road, we will have that herd immunity and we'll be at a much better place.
Shelley, how do you think the Biden administration is doing so far?
Well, as someone who's a professor who's used to handing out grades, it isn't incomplete, but I've seen some very important signs in terms of progress. So, the good news is there was a pledge to have 100 million Americans vaccinated in 100 days, which is ambitious. But I did have a chance to talk to the White House vaccine coordinator today. They, even with the weather, appear to be on track. They're up to now about 1.7 million shots going into people's arms per day. So that's helping you with the math. But you know, we started before this administration came in. We had about 8 million doses a week going out to the states. We're now up to 12 million. But you know just as well as everyone who's out there who's trying to help family members or themselves find a vaccine, it's complicated out there, and it's a bit of a mess from state to state.
You know what, though? I have to say, one of the, I don't know how you, Tim, at home, but our conversations, what's confusing to me is I would assumed, even if it was a little messy with the new administration coming in and trying to figure out getting up to speed, wouldn't a couple of phone calls to, like, you know, Moderna and Pfizer and say, all right, how many have we ordered? How many to make sure they're getting out? And a couple of calls to the states to say, let's just get it out. I understand it's not as easy as that, but it does feel like it's taking a lot slower than maybe it should.
Well, I know there are a lot of sleepless nights for a lot of people out there, and those calls have been made, and the vaccine companies are stepping up, and there have been new commitments for additional doses from Moderna, from the soon, hopefully coming online, Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So there's more that should be coming into the supply chain, and they're talking about by July, 600 doses being available, which would cover for everybody who needs and should have a shot. But it is still slow. And the thing that concerns me the most is, yes, we've got companies ramping up. Yes, the administration is trying to find as many different venues and ways to get this out there. But you have every state doing their own guidelines. It's crazy to see this patchwork taking place when we did have guidance put in place by the federal government of who should be prioritized, how to roll it out, and it seems to have been forgotten. So that's the kind of thing I'd like us to have, it's an equal opportunity versus people having to go hunting and pecking and shopping for a vaccine.
Agreed. I think it makes it really confusing and complicated for all of us citizens. Dr. Shelley Hearn, thank you so much. Really appreciate the time you find for us. Director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Public Health Advocacy at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. That patchwork, Tim, worries me.
Yeah, it worries me as well, and I wonder to what extent public-private partnerships are going to be something moving forward when it comes to vaccine distribution. If we think about how we get flu shots every year, so many of them happen at offices nationwide. Is that what it's going to look like in the future for COVID vaccine?
That's a good question. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com.
So,
this
Tim,
is Bloomberg Business Week.
we are watching a lot of stories. Oops, I jumped the gun. Because I'm kind of excited. I mean, listen, I'm watching what's going on and have been, like you, everything that's going on in those hearings, the House Financial Services Committee. Because I think whether or not anything comes out of it, it's just interesting to hear the back and forth. And I do agree that there's a lot of political fanfare right now.
Yeah, I think there is as well. Look, I think the big question is, does anything actually come of this, right? Like, is it just sound bites for Twitter and for the cable news shows to show later? That's the question.
And does anything really need to change? Especially when you think about what's going on with the power grid in Texas, there's obviously time, money, and effort that we need to change things.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. Look, I think that the big question is how many people have been affected, for how long, and when is power going to come back? And that's one thing that we still don't know the answer to.
We're going to get some answers in just a moment. First up, though, back to Charlie Pellet with a check on the day. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Let's begin with hydrocarbons in Texas. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $60.41 a barrel right now. Brent, to put it all in perspective, Brent, of course, the global benchmark right now, $63.86. Brent down 0.7%. Natural gas down 4.7%, 306 per million BTUs. It is a down day on Wall Street here. In fact, stocks falling to the lowest in 2 weeks. Bond yields edging higher as concern grows across markets that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. S&P is down 15, a drop right now of 0.4%. The Dow down 84, down by 0.3%. NASDAQ down 99, another day of selling for a lot of tech stocks, down 0.7%. 10-year yield 1.28%. Gold lower, a little change right now, down 61 cents the ounce at $17.75. That's a drop of less than 0.1%. And we have got West Texas Intermediate crude, as I mentioned, down 1.1%. So a down day for U.S. equity markets. Encouraging signs in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic are emerging, with new global infections slowing sharply. This according to data from Johns Hopkins. Good news, yes, but Dr. Jason Farley, a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, says you cannot get complacent.
I would just implore everyone to be patient. So we really need to get the vaccine in people's arms in a greater proportion of cases before we begin major rollbacks. The variants continue to take hold, and we continue to see more and more variants across the U.S., and we need to get ahead of those variants before we roll back those restrictions.
And the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Among some of the vaccine names that we track for you, Pfizer shares down 0.6%. BioNTech down 1.1%. AstraZeneca up 0.3%. Moderna is down 2.6%. Johnson & Johnson up now by 0.1%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 14, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And Charlie, of course, earlier checking the energy markets, we continue to watch, Tim, a lot what is happening in the big freeze in Texas. We know it's becoming a global oil market crisis as well. So much output comes out of Texas. And then let's not forget there was a story, our Bloomberg News team reporting that Texas is restricting the flow of natural gas across state lines. There's a lot of interesting things going on here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have Jennifer Delowy, energy and environmental policy reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone now from Washington, D.C. Jennifer, it's great to speak with you again. And you've been joining us on Quick Take throughout the week, and we really appreciate it. Governor Greg Abbott has announced this order. On Wednesday, he said that he was banning gas from leaving the state through February 21st to ensure in-state power generators had ample supplies. Is this constitutional?
Well, there's certainly a lot of questions being raised about the authority that he's using here. And certainly there have been questions raised about whether this violates the Constitution's Commerce Clause, which allows state governments to engage in interstate trade and prohibits them from interfering in interstate commerce. Interestingly, the Biden administration was asked about how they're viewing this, and they said very clearly, one of their top officials said just about an hour ago, that this is a state issue. This is a state authority here. Still, questions are being raised, and it's not quite clear to us that the gas exporters who are affected by this are inclined to follow the order. It's no longer just an order from Abbott, but in fact, the Railroad Commission of Texas has now sent a notice to operators as well.
You know what I love about these stories, Jen, is that it's a crisis, and then all of a sudden we understand, first of all, how important Texas is globally to the oil market, their own power grid, and then we, start to learn about, constitutional, so-called, commerce clauses. I mean, these are things that in a normal day we don't even think about, right? But, there's these structures in place that can make things problematic and make you wonder kind of how things work.
Right, and Texas is so unique in many ways here because it is, a bit of an island in terms of its electric grid, which is not like the rest of the country. ERCOT is separate from the rest of the country's grid, and that creates kind of a unique environment for investment, but also for the challenges that we've seen over the last few days. And in a crisis, let's not forget that we're all looking to, political leaders to act, and certainly Texans who've gone without power for days are looking to their leaders to act. And that may be a big factor in why, the governor came out and took this step yesterday.
Hey, Jen, I got to ask about the history here because as you wrote in an earlier story about this, Texas was warned a decade ago that its grid was unready for the cold. There was a storm back in 2011. We do see this storm like a black swan event is how it's being referred to, a once-in-a-century storm. But the critics say Texas knew this could happen, right?
That's exactly right. So it actually wasn't even just 2011. Federal regulators have been warning repeatedly Texas and other southern states to harden their assets and to be better prepared for the cold. So 2011 was certainly a big event. It wasn't as bad as this time. Temperatures were a little bit higher in Texas and New Mexico during 2011, but an incident in 1989 was also very destructive and caused the state's first rolling blackout. So, even if it's, not on the scale of this disaster, certainly these storms have provided a lot of fodder for the problems here. And regulators have said it's a simple matter of weatherizing your assets, making sure that you put heating elements in instrumentation panels and that you put, thermal protection and insulation around pipes and other equipment.
Jen, really quickly, 15 seconds. So do things change going forward as a result of this?
There's going to be a lot of investigations and a lot of questions where folks are going to be asking that exact question. Governor Perry, yesterday, former Governor Perry warned that the state prefers its free market and said he doesn't support those changes.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you know how this works. All right, Jen DeLoey, thank you so much. Energy environmental policy reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from the nation's capital. All right, let's get back to World and National News. Back on over to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Power outages in Texas are down to below 500,000, so the situation there is stabilizing. Officials say most of the outages now are due to the weather, not due to rolling outages to stabilize the grid. President Biden says he's sending generators and supplies to the region. Jim McInvale, known as Mattress Mac, owns gallery furniture in Houston. He opened up his stores to those without power.
As a shelter from the storm, that's what we do. We all have a responsibility for the well-being of the community, and we think this is our responsibility.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is heading back to Texas after coming under fire for leaving in the middle of the crisis to take a trip to Cancun with family. Key players in the GameStop saga are testifying today before a House committee. Lawmakers are examining whether the wild swings in the stock price of the video game retailer exposed conflicts in the market structure that can hurt unsophisticated investors. Well, Bob Dole says he has stage 4 lung cancer. The former Kansas senator and Republican presidential candidate revealed his diagnosis today and said he will begin treatment Monday. In a statement, the 97-year-old Dole acknowledged he faces some hurdles ahead. Life expectancy in the U.S. fell by a year in the first half of 2020, largely due to the pandemic. Robert Anderson oversees mortality statistics for the CDC.
This is a huge decline, and it's not something that we've seen. I mean, you have to go back to World War II, 1940s, to find a decline like this.
The average life expectancy now 77.8 years. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to get to a great story that's online at Bloomberg Business Week that has to do with Bitcoin. There's a bunch of stories. I feel like, whoa, we've already had two big market stories this year, GameStop and the Reddit frenzy, and then the Bitcoin frenzy, which already rallied last year, Tim, and just continues to, head higher this year.
Carol, it's only February 18th, and we've already had two huge market stories. And I guess you could say that the Bitcoin story was also a story for 2020, certainly.
Yeah.
But Bitcoin ETF roaring in debut with $80 million of first-hour trades. Purpose Bitcoin ETF, ticker BTCC, debuted in Toronto today. The largest cryptocurrency has surged fivefold in the past year. This is North America's first Bitcoin ETF, getting off to a strong start in its first day of trading.
Yeah, and listen, it doesn't help, or it does help, I would say, that when you have kind of some of those Wall Street mavens, old-time Wall Street, that's all of a sudden increasingly saying, oh, yeah, that Bitcoin thing, I kind of like it. And we heard from Double Line Capital chief and longtime gold bull, Jeffrey Goodlock. He put out a tweet, and he's changed his mind. And he came out and said he tweeted he'd been a long-term gold bull and U.S. dollar bear, but he has turned neutral on both. Bitcoin may well be the stimulus asset, he said, a reference to the rally that they've seen. And, it's kind of interesting. That the people who just keep kind of coming out and saying, oh, yeah, I kind of like that Bitcoin thing.
Yeah, to that point, Carol, I mean, his comments are just another sign that the investment case for Bitcoin is winning over these institutional money managers and possibly siphoning cash from the gold market. Bitcoin bulls basically say, hey, so many people are starting to pay attention to it. Since supply is limited, the more attention that it gets, the higher the price is going to go.
But this is like any commodity where there's a limited amount. Like, this is where I go back to basic economics and supply and demand. If you have a limited supply, of course, if there's a lot of demand, the price is going to keep on going up, right?
Well, I mean, yes and no. It hit a low of, in the last year of close to $4,000. It's been quite a ride since then.
Yeah, we'll see if it continues. This is Bloomberg.
stories, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Ted Cruz back in Texas after coming under harsh criticism for flying to Cancun with his family while the state he represents is dealing with widespread power outages in the wake of a historic winter storm. Stocks and bonds have paired losses amid lingering concern that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. Right now, the S&P is down 16, a drop of 0.4%. The Dow's down 96, lower by 0.3%. Nasdaq down 101 points, a drop now of 0.7%. We have got the 10-year yield at 1.28%. Gold is down $1.14 the ounce, down now by just about 0.1%, 17.75. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 60.51 a barrel. Natural gas down 5.1%, 3.05 now per million BTUs. So again, recapping, equities lower. S&P down 16, a drop there of 0.4%. Walmart after earnings down now by 5.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. February is Black History Month, and throughout the month, Bloomberg Radio is celebrating pivotal moments in U.S. Black history. Here with more is Bloomberg's Renita Young.
On this day in Black history in 1688, Germantown, Pennsylvania Quakers hold the first formal protest against slavery. A petition was drafted on behalf of the Germantown meeting of the Religious Society of Friends. In the document, the four men used the Bible's golden rule to argue against such inhumane treatment of their fellow man, regardless of the color of their skin. Now, the golden rule, of course, is the principle of treating others as you would want to be treated. The petition argued that every human, regardless of their belief, color, or ethnicity, has rights that should not be violated. Seeing the injustices of the slave trade, these men courageously took a stand against slavery based on their religious and moral beliefs. That's today in Black history. I'm Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Renita, thank you so much. Do want to bring you all a headline crossing the Bloomberg. The U.S. vaccine supply poised to more than double by April, so that just crossing. All right, we are also closely watching Bitcoin because, man, it seems to take out one record after another, Tim. And we just talked about Jeff Goodlock now changing his mind, seeming to now consider Bitcoin a better trade. He tweeted that out. So much going on. All of this leading to our Mike Regan reporting online for Bloomberg Business Week about the Wall Street skeptics who are sitting up and paying attention now. Mike is Bloomberg Markets senior editor. He's with us on the phone in New Jersey, along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the Axis line in Brooklyn. How the tides have changed a little bit here, it seems like, Joel.
Yeah, well, that was sort of what caught our attention is that, just it seems like it comes in waves and fits and starts and takes years, but like slowly it just seems like Bitcoin has made this kind of relentless progress and turned skeptics into believers, or at least less skeptics, maybe whatever that word is. We watched it happen with Tesla starting to talk about it in a different way, and corporate balance sheets starting to maybe have the prospect of it, of Miami suddenly becoming a place that might try and bring Bitcoin onto its books. And it just kind of turned to Mike and say, like, what's happening? Is this really happening? And what's your take, Mike? Is this Bitcoin's moment?
Joel, like I wrote, I think a lot of people in the sort of traditional financial industry roles had kind of hoped Bitcoin was a fad and it would go away and they wouldn't really have to worry about it. And I think this month and maybe the last few weeks has really destroyed anyone's ability to just ignore it from now on. As you point out, Tesla is storing some of its cash on its balance sheet in the form of Bitcoin. Another software company, MicroStrategy, famously doing the same. Now, Tesla's in the S&P 500. MicroStrategy is actually now big enough. It's bigger than some companies in the S&P 500, some of the smaller companies. So, technically could be added someday. So as an investor who's kind of tried to ignore Bitcoin and hope it's a fad that goes away, you really can't do that anymore because it's starting to, as you point out, get ingrained in the traditional financial system. And I think, the big question is, will other companies, will other corporate treasurers and CFOs be inspired to do what Elon Musk and Michael Saylor at MicroStrategy are doing and actually store some of their retained earnings, their cash, in Bitcoin? Because there is a common complaint that if your typical way of holding cash-like investments on your balance sheet is through treasury bills, they're not yielding anything. So as Michael Saylor puts it, it's like having a melting ice cube on your balance sheet when you look at all this asset price inflation elsewhere, and to just be holding cash that's yielding nothing is an issue for a lot of treasurers. So I think, I'm not sure how many will follow their lead, Carol, but I think it's a discussion that's going to happen.
To be fair, we've talked to Michael Saylor on air. I mean, he is all in big time on Bitcoin. So just put that out there.
Mike, why do you think Bitcoin is so polarizing? I mean, you have people who are so passionate about it. They say it's the future. This is going to change everything. And then you have people who refuse to acknowledge that it has any value.
So I think it's because if you came up studying finance in traditional finance, you always look at an investment as far as, okay, what's the asset I'm buying here? Does it have a cash flow attached to it and therefore a yield? Or if it's a currency, what's it backed by? Is it backed by a stable government with strong finances, or a weak government with a huge deficit that's going to keep printing money? Same thing in the bond market. What's the likelihood that this yield I'm getting is sustainable? Is the nation or the company going to go bust? But with Bitcoin, there's really nothing like that to analyze. I mean, it is just you often hear the knock, it's called a digital tulip, kind of referring back to the Dutch tulip craze of the 17th century, meaning it's just kind of a fad, a market mania that people get excited about. I think that sentiment is changing fastly now because of this corporate markets. The money supply keeps on increasing as far as U.S. dollars because of what the Fed is doing. So this notion that it's sort of a way to preserve capital that has more of a chance, at least in the believer's eyes, of appreciating in value than depreciating, is really starting to click with a lot of people. And I think that's why, not just Elon Musk and at MicroStrategy, but the tide is really turning to where people see the value in this. I think you could wake up one day and see a big drop in the value of Bitcoin, and maybe that notion will have a big setback. But for now, when all it's doing is going up, I think it's just luring more and more people into sort of the true believer camp of Bitcoin.
Yeah, Mike, I think the other element, and you alluded to this, is just this idea of we call it a cryptocurrency, and that has kind of been, for lack of a better phrase, but in many ways it's starting to look less like a real currency than it is just a store of value in a stranger sense. It's actually not something that we might be paying our phone bills with, or I guess you could buy your next Tesla with it supposedly, but it does not seem like it's a transactional thing so much as something else. What do you think of that?
Just quickly, Mike.
I think I don't think the appeal is still yet in its use as a means of transaction. I mean, you remember a few years ago when Bitcoin first started getting hot. I mean, I guess it's several years ago now.
Yeah.
All sorts of companies, were saying, "Oh, you can buy our products or service. You can buy pizza with Bitcoin. You can buy this with Bitcoin." Not many people did. I think it really is just the hope that this is an appreciation.
Yeah. We got to run, guys. I'm so sorry. We got to run. Joel Weber, Mike Regan, thank you so much. And for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, we're going to continue. Tim and myself, if you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business. That's next.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, February 18th. Red on the screen with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining. However, stocks and bonds have pared losses amid lingering concern. Rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 trimming its loss by more than half to 0.6%. Right now, the S&P down 14, a drop there of 0.4%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.6%, lower by 84 points. The Dow is now lower by 92, a drop for the Dow of 0.3%. 10-year yield 1.28%. Gold is lower now by just about 0.1% at $17.75 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 60.35 a barrel. Did trade below 60 today, and natural gas is down 5.1%, 305 per million BTUs. So it is a down day on Wall Street. Priya Misra is head of U.S. rate strategy at TD Securities, and on Bloomberg Television and Radio this morning, she said Wall Street is now focused on what the next stimulus package might look like.
What's the next package? I think the market's largely priced in this 1.9, but are we getting another 2 trillion, 4 trillion, 6 trillion? I mean, what kind of numbers are we talking about for the second package? And we know it's going to be a larger package over 10 years, but the market has to start to price that in. So I can still see some higher rate pressure in the long end.
American Airlines Group and JetBlue Airways have kicked off the first phase of a marketing alliance in the northeastern U.S., even though several states are investigating competition concerns, and pilots at one of the carriers have objected. Right now, we have got shares of American down 1.8%, JetBlue down 1.3%. Again, recapping, it is a down day for the U.S. equity market with the S&P down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
So Tom, how did I do that?
Hey, that's my dad.
Yeah, oh, okay, well that's nice. Hi, Tim's dad. Tim, anything going on in Washington today?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's all the rage on Twitter. It's what people are tweeting about right now. It is the hearing, of course, that we are talking about happening in Washington, the GameStop hearing.
Yeah, it's been a big deal, and we've been following it, and we talked about it earlier. You know, the CEO of Robinhood, CEO of Citadel, CEO of Melvin Capital, the co-founder of Reddit. I mean, there's a lot going on. So let's get to somebody who's following it very closely. Larry Tabb is Bloomberg Intelligence head and director of market structure research on the phone from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Larry, good to have you here with Tim and myself. So what's jumping out for you besides the heated exchange between the lawmakers and the witnesses?
Great to be here, guys. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. It's really interesting to hear what the lawmakers' take is on this whole issue. That said, it's really difficult to get any serious points across because everybody only has a couple of minutes. So everybody's trying to push everybody to a yes or no answer to questions that really deserve a lot more than yes or no. That said, finally, in the last couple of minutes, there have been issues on payment for order flow and price improvement and issues really, I think, that really mean a lot to investors.
Hey, does anything come of this? You know, I heard a lot of the questions about payment for order flow and questions about the actual execution of these trades, but what happens on the other side of this? I mean, is there any regulatory action that's taken?
Good question. Rep Waters said there are going to be 2 more hearings at least on this, so I'm not sure that anything's going to come directly out of this. There were some discussions around all different things, everything from, is this manipulation, what's going on with payment for order flow, people were talking about transaction taxes. Hopefully nothing, substantial happens from this meeting because I'm not sure we really got it at the details, enough details to really get at the heart of the matter. But we'll see what happens after the next two hearings.
All right, Larry, so I've got to ask you, does anything need to happen? Like, it's interesting. I've been hearing some of the guests on Bloomberg Radio, the analysis, and is it just the big guys kind of ticked off at the little guys for figuring out how to do smart trading?
Yeah, I think, there are some things that we should be putting in, on the side and really looking more into, like, is Reg Show really, could it be tightened up in terms of short selling, transparency and disclosure? Is market manipulation, can it really occur, through bulletin boards and, usually when we think about market manipulation, it's usually by a very limited group of people. But what happens when it's a bunch of little investors completely distributed? And how does that work? Payment for order flow, I think that stays where it is. I think that gives brokers or investors free commissions, and I think it creates an incentive for market makers like Citadel to provide price improvement. But I think the institutions would like to get access to that flow. So maybe we see tightening spreads on markets so that more flow can actually occur on exchange, because that's one of the key issues about why that doesn't take place on exchanges, because there's a penny tick size limit. So there are some things that are kind of cropping up that may deserve further investigation. But I think anything directly from this, I'm not sure we're going to see any direct action.
Tim, you brought this up on our planning call about this whole idea of payment for order flow. I know we've got another guest coming up at the close to talk about this. What do we need to understand, though, Larry, about paying for order flow and this whole concept of best price? Because it's not always the best price, because a Fidelity versus a Robinhood or somebody might not be getting the best price.
Well, the way that SEC thinks about best prices, it's at or better than the displayed price in the market, which is locked at a penny minimum spread. But the problem is that a lot of stocks should be traded more efficiently than that. So, and that has to do with the size of the order, because my or your 100 share order doesn't impact supply and demand. But let's just say large mutual funds order or large hedge funds order will, that a market maker can pay a little bit more for these retail flow orders, because it knows that there's not 1 million shares behind it or 500,000 shares behind it. Because any order that's placed in the traditional markets can be accessed by anybody. It could be you, me. It could also be Stevie Cohen or some big mutual fund.
The House hearing on GameStop market volatility is happening right now. We are broadcasting it live on Bloomberg Quick Take right now. You can catch it at bloomberg.com/QT if you want to watch it. Larry, I got to ask here, when it comes to the questions that lawmakers are asking right now, does it seem like that they're asking the right questions here? Would you ask different questions?
I think they're kind of hinting in the right spaces. The problem is that the 5-minute time constraint doesn't allow an intelligent answer, because these answers are not yes or no. It's you need to understand even just the dynamics around payment for order flow. Why can you give a 100 share trade a better price than you can give a 500,000 share trade? Those need a little bit of time to suss out. So I think they're hinting around at the right things. That said, I'm not sure there's enough time to really get at the heart of the matter.
Hey, just quickly, just got about 30 seconds here. But in terms of the individual investor, the retail investor, these no-cost trading platforms like a Robinhood and others, that has given them a lot of access to the market. It's a good thing. Can we say that?
Oh, no question. First of all, when I started in the business, God, when they carved trades on stone back in the 80s, you had to pay $200 a side to get in and out of a stock, even for 100 shares. Now you get in and out for free. Before, back then, I remember getting priced worse than the daily high or low, and not in a good way. Now you get filled in a second. So the markets are much better, and actually much better for individuals than even institutions.
I just think it's an important point, especially as they move forward and thinking about any kind of regulatory oversight of especially these new trading platforms. Larry, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Larry Tabb, Head of Market Structure at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. All right, over to D.C. we go, and to Nancy Lyons for a check on world and national news. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. Senator Ted Cruz says he wanted to be a good dad by taking his daughters to Cancun amid freezing blackouts in his home state of Texas. The senator has faced outrage on social media over that decision to leave the state while Texans struggle for warmth, food, and gas. Cruz says his family also lost heat and power, but he says now he's flying back. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is cheering the introduction of a sweeping immigration reform bill. The Democratic measure has President Biden's stamp on it.
I salute the president for putting forth the legislation that he did. There are others who want to do piecemeal. That's up to the Congress to decide.
The heart of the legislation is an 8-year path to citizenship for the roughly 11 million illegal immigrants in the U.S. It would put a preference on dreamers who were brought to the U.S. legally as children. As for the coronavirus stimulus bill, Pelosi hopes to see it passed by the House sometime late next week. The Perseverance Mars rover will hopefully soon make it to the surface of the red planet.
All stations are go for transmitter off. Copy flight, go for transmitter off.
It's now operating solo as it descends to the planet. NASA research scientist Bethany Ehlman says while there, it will drill down with its 7-foot arm and collect rock samples.
The reason that collecting samples is so important is because we can do some science analyses on Mars, but it pales in comparison to what we're able to do in Earth labs.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Really appreciate that update. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic, both working from home because it's a kind of a snow day, although you were in the office earlier. This story caught my attention when I was reading it this morning because I have yet to get my 5G phone, and yet Apple, Mark Gurman, man, when it comes to anything and everything Apple, he's on it. Apple has launched its first iPhones with 5G, we know, just a few months ago. Now it's looking to start work on 6th generation cellular connectivity, or 6G, saying it wants to be a leader in the technology rather than relying on other companies. Wait a minute, I'm not even at 5G.
Carol, I say, why even focus on 6G? Just skip it and go right to 7G, okay?
Exactly.
Because we all know that's coming. In all seriousness, though, just a great scoop from our colleague Mark Gurman. You're absolutely right, Carol. 5G, very few people have access to 5G technology right now. And part of the reason is because the wireless infrastructure isn't quite there. Mm-hmm. You can't get 5G everywhere at this point. It's still being built out, and it costs the wireless companies a lot of money to build out that infrastructure. But as Mark points out in his piece, Apple already thinking about 6G, and those speeds are fast. The company, industry watchers, I should say, according to Mark's piece, don't expect this 6G technology to roll out for at least another 9 years, so about 2030. But Apple clearly wants to be a leader here.
I'm sorry. And first of all,
tell me.
Okay. Forgive me, everyone. I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit. But we have people who don't even have internet access, which we saw during the pandemic. And listen, I'm all in for innovation technology. Go for it. But I'm just trying to get my head around kind of some of the lapses we have in our current system.
Well, I think that's a really good point. And I think the other thing is, what is the use case for 6G? It could be 100 times faster than 5G. So what does that look like? Like, what are we doing with our phones? What are we doing with that type of technology?
The phone is over. The phone call is over before you even make it. Like what is it? What is it? No, listen.
I think, look, real-time, driving, real-time surgery, all those things.
Yeah, listen, and especially as we all increase on this kind of technology.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A flurry of selling on Wall Street. Let us get the very latest now. It is a down Thursday as we head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are down, but well off session lows. The Dow's currently down 81 points, was down 328. S&P's dropped 12. NASDAQ is still down by 70. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.28%. Gold is little changed, and transports fall 27 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only utilities and consumer discretionary were in the green. Energy and tech were under pressure, while leaders to the upside on the Dow were 3M and Coca-Cola. Walmart fell 6% and led to the downside. Also after earnings, Twilio jumped as much as 11%, Fastly plunged 15%, and in other news, First Energy jumped as much as 10% after it disclosed it received a letter from Icon Capital. Wrapping things up, Arista Networks, Dropbox, and Trade Desk all report after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic. And watching a few different stories. Of course, we're keeping our eyes on the latest NASA Mars rover. And so as some of that news comes out, we will look for that landing. It's going to be the 5th rover, by the way, on the red planet. I think this is so cool.
Yeah, the U.S. has actually been sending craft to Mars since the mid-1970s, Carol. As we talked about, some of the technology that they're using in this rover dates back all the way to, half a century ago. At the same time, though, it is equipped with the most advanced sensors and cameras and microphones. And the whole goal here is to identify areas of the red planet that perhaps once contained life. Not life as we know it, though.
Right, exactly. You know what it doesn't have?
Maybe not.
You know what it doesn't have?
What?
6G.
6G, that's true.
Just
you know who
say.
else doesn't have 6G yet? Or
Us.
5G even? Us, 5G. That's right.
Exactly. So it's going to be landing. It's called the Jezero Crater. I was looking at the NASA website. It's what they call the most challenging Martian terrain ever targeted for a landing. And we know it's tricky. We talked about it a little bit earlier in our bite of the day. I mean, those landings, it's just like takeoffs and landings. That's when it's all tricky when it comes to these missions. So we'll be monitoring that and bringing it to you. Another story that we've been monitoring, we talked about this. It's among our most read too. It's a story, I gotta say, Tim, I feel like it fell off our radar a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but it's important.
Yeah, it certainly is. It has to do with the relationship between the tech giants Google and Facebook and the news media. Facebook has blocked access to news in Australia in a warning for the world. Jerry Smith is a media reporter at Bloomberg News. He joins us on the phone from right here in New York City. Hey, Jerry, what is happening with Facebook in Australia?
Yeah, Facebook yesterday said that it was going to restrict people and publishers in Australia from posting news articles or sharing news articles. And this is really escalating a battle that Facebook and Google have had with the Australian government. There's a proposed law in Australia that would require both of those companies to pay news outlets for their articles, and both of them have opposed it very strongly.
Okay, so take a step back here and set up the tension for us, because for those who don't follow the industry as closely as you, not all has been well and good between publishers and Facebook and Google.
That's right. There's been a lot of tension over the years, and it really stems to the fact that Facebook and Google have captured the vast majority of the digital advertising dollars that used to go to news organizations to help pay for their journalism. So, a lot of the news outlets have been calling for years and saying that the big tech companies should be paying us for our articles because they're selling advertising alongside our work, and they're really reaping the financial benefits of it. And, Australia has become a real flashpoint for that with this proposed law It's worth mentioning that Rupert Murdoch is from Australia and holds a lot of sway in Australia and the Australian politics. And News Corp, his company, actually just struck a deal yesterday with Google, and Google agreed to pay News Corp for its articles. And, News Corp obviously owns the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, and several other papers in Australia and the UK.
Well, who's right here on the sides, or at least what are you hearing in terms of the two different sides here?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that, Facebook had a blog post explaining why they made this decision in Australia, and they tried to sort of, distinguish themselves from Google. And their argument is that, publishers don't have any choice when their articles appear in a Google search result, whereas Facebook, publishers, they do willingly post their articles to Facebook, and a lot of the traffic and the audience they get comes from Facebook. So Facebook's argument is that they are helping the news industry. And what's interesting is that both of these companies are really trying to avoid government regulation, and they've started cutting deals with news outlets, trying to get ahead of this. Both Facebook and Google have agreed to pay a lot of news organizations for their articles. It's a small amount of money compared to how much money these companies make, but it does make a difference for these publishers.
Okay, so Jerry, now that we see what's happening in Australia between Facebook and news organizations, is there a chance that this starts to happen in other parts of the world? Is this some sort of, harbinger of things to come in other areas?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, certainly every regulator in a lot of different countries is looking at what's going on in Australia and trying to see, whether this is something that they would like to do. I mean, certainly Facebook's response, certainly raises the question of whether they could prevent people in other countries from posting and sharing news on Facebook. In the United States, there hasn't been any real traction to the idea that, there might be government regulation forcing these companies to pay the news outlets. But, I think how things play out in Australia certainly could have ramifications for other countries around the world.
I'm going to put this question to Lionel Barber. He's the former editor-in-chief of the Financial Times. He's got a new book out. He's going to be with us later on. But this is something I know he's been watching, kind of mainstream media versus social media. It's really topical.
Yeah, it really is. And I think the big question is when it comes to the business models of the publications, how it affects them.
All right, more to come. Jerry Smith, thank you so much.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, Bloomberg Business Week. We're getting ready for the chart of the day. I'm also looking forward to checking in once again with Dan Pipitone.
Yeah, Dan Pipitone is the co-founder of Trade Zero America. He's going to join us in just a few minutes. The product that he has, Trade Zero America, is like a Robinhood competitor. It also makes money from payment for order flow. So I'm eager to hear his comments about what lawmakers are saying on Capitol Hill today.
Me too. All right, all of that to come. Right now, though, let's get another check on your top business stories. A look at that trading day. Charlie, 29 minutes to go.
Indeed. Here's what's going on. Lower across the board right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all slumping. Bottom line, those stocks and bonds have paired losses amid lingering concern that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index has trimmed its loss now to just 0.3%. The S&P is down 11. That is a drop also of 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index, by the way, down by almost 0.5%, dropping 64 points right now. S&P, as I mentioned, down 11. The Dow is down 82 now, lower by 0.3%. 10-year yield, 1.28%. Gold is down 0.1%, 17.74 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 60.02 a barrel on WTI. Natural gas down 4.9%, 306 per million BTUs. Encouraging signs in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic are emerging, with new global infections slowing sharply. This according to data from Johns Hopkins University. And it raises the question, maybe premature, but with more Americans getting their second vaccinations, how soon until we can return to restaurants and movies and sporting events and all those things we love and ditch our masks? Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
We know that it prevents 100% of hospitalizations and deaths so far. We've seen massive declines, and for example, the data out of Israel is completely compelling, 94% reductions. So I think, the movement toward normalcy this is the first step.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Among some of the vaccine names that we track, Pfizer down 0.7%, BioNTech down 1.1%, AstraZeneca up right now by 0.3%, Moderna is lower by 3.1%, Johnson & Johnson up by 0.1%. Again, recapping equities lower here, we've got the S&P down now by 11, a drop of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg. I like the song. I like it. I'm guessing it's called Precious to Me.
That's a good guess.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is it Can't Let You Go, I Love You So?
Precious to Me, that's the song. By a guy named Phil Seymour. Long gone, unfortunately. And, among other things, he provided background vocals on Tom Petty's hits American Girl and Breakdown.
Oh, cool.
Which you may be familiar with.
Dave, you should know I'm a big Traveling Wilburys fan.
Well, there you go. Anyway, but this is a solo album that he did in the early 80s, and when power pop was really coming of age. So,
what's his name? What's his name?
Phil Seymour.
Phil Seymour. Okay, checking him out.
Died back in 1993. So,
wow.
Had to go deep into the vaults for that one.
Yeah,
but it was all about Precious. I mean, there are only so many songs with Precious in the title, And why precious? Because when you talk about gold, it sort of comes to mind. After all, it is supposed to be a precious metal, but not so precious to investors these days. That's sort of the message of the chart. And it was inspired by something that I saw on Twitter from J.C. Peretz, who does the All-Star Charts blog. And he compared exchange-traded funds, specifically the Spider Gold Shares ETF with the Invesco QQQ, which tracks the NASDAQ 100 index. And, you know, if you just take the ratio between those two ETFs, it's at its lowest level ever. But that's not terribly instructive. So what I did is I went back and sort of did a variation on that theme, looking at the price of gold relative to the NASDAQ 100. And when you run those numbers, well, the ratio between gold and the NASDAQ's biggest companies represented by the index is back to its lowest level since February 2001. So you're talking 20 years. And, you know, the rate things are going, we may be back to where we were in 2000. Of course, we all know what happened then with the internet-driven bull market of the 90s falling apart. So, you know, it's one of those comparisons that gets your attention. And, you know, the chart really shows you that, you know, the ratio has been coming down and down really for about a decade now, but it's like it's been picking up steam in the past few months. So that's why it's interesting. If you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
I feel like gold just can't catch a break, right? Just as it starts to, like, for forever, right? Year after year, it would gain ground, it would move higher, and then it didn't. And then it kind of started to come back, and then now it's like that Bitcoin boy, you know,
you said it,
moving
Carol.
in, moving in, saying, "Hey, I'm the new player in town."
Yeah,
like it's kind of like wild. Right. And then Dave, your chart, yeah.
I mean, you think about it, it's, you know, supposed to be a store of value, but, you know, everything is relative. I mean, you can see, you know, gold got back above $2,000 an ounce in the middle of last year. You know, peaked in early August, so a little more than 6 months ago, and it's been working its way down since then. But what's really happened is when you look at it in relative terms, what you've seen lately is even worse than it is just looking at gold by itself.
It's like Charlie Brown in the football. Gold, man.
Dave,
Not so precious as the chart headline says.
Yeah. So at what point are we going to be able to know if Bitcoin is a similar store of value as gold is, if it's used similarly?
You know, one thing you can say is that as much as gold has been up and down, you look at it relative to Bitcoin, and it's kind of stable by comparison. So maybe that's something to watch. I mean, once you stop getting these wild sort of day-to-day swings, you know, maybe that would be sort of a tell. But you got to get there, and Bitcoin is a long way from that at this point.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea if like 5 years from now we're going to be like, oh my God, we just all missed it. I do think the underlying technology, blockchain, is a very interesting area. And I think that has definitely got some lasting power here.
Right. Is Bitcoin going to be at $500,000, $800,000, or is it going to be at like $4,000?
Right. Even 4,000 would be a lot considering from where it started, but way down from where it is today.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. All right, Dave, thank you so much. Dave's going to be back a little bit later on. He's got a stock for you all. In the meantime, back to World and National News, back to D.C. and to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Carol, it happened in the middle of a January night. The trading platform Robinhood got a clearinghouse demand for more collateral and made a snap decision to stop its investors from buying GameStop shares. The House Financial Services Committee is holding a hearing today into the resulting turmoil. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more from Washington.
Robinhood Chief Executive Vlad Tenev was the target of many of the members, including Carolyn Maloney.
Your trading restrictions came out of the blue, which is why I don't blame customers for feeling treated unfairly.
I'm sorry for what happened. I apologize. And the $3.4 billion that we raised, I think, goes a long way to cushioning the firm from future market volatility and similar black swan events.
Chief executives of Wall Street firms Citadel and Melvin Capital Management, who have relationships with Robinhood, testified that they had nothing to do with those sudden trading limits. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Power is slowly returning in Texas after days of rolling blackouts to manage the power grid during a winter storm. Yvonne Woolard lives in the Houston area and sought shelter in a furniture store when her power went out. She says things need to change.
They decided not to winterize our plants, so everything is failing.
And something has to be done. Somebody has to be held accountable for it.
Well, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is cutting short his trip to Mexico. He's returning after coming under harsh criticism for flying to Cancun with his family, while the state he represents is dealing with those widespread power outages. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. So Tim and I, we are focused on, and if you're watching on our YouTube channel right now, just search Bloomberg Global News. You can see pictures of the latest mission to Mars. I believe it's the 9th mission to land on the red planet. I think this is going to be maybe the 5th rover on the red planet. And this is all about human exploration beyond the moon. And they're going to collect rocks, core samples. They're going to try and figure out, look for any kind of life that may have existed on the red planet. I think this is so cool.
Yeah, the rover is actually carrying a helicopter to try the first flight on another planet. Like this thing is huge. So the touchdown is scheduled for just a few minutes, approximately 3:55 p.m. New York time, Wall Street time. The journey, 292 million miles, Carol. The Perseverance mission was launched on July 30th from Cape Canaveral, Florida. It has spent the last few months on its way to Mars. But hey, this thing is not guaranteed, right? Mars landings are among the toughest challenges when it comes to space exploration, and Perseverance's arrival in the Jezero crater will be the trickiest that NASA has ever attempted.
It's really wild. And that's the landing site for Perseverance, the Jezero crater, as you said. And basically, they think that this particular site could be home to evidence of life. And it used to be the site of a large lake, complete with its own river delta. And they believe, I'm just reading from NASA, that they believe that the water may be long gone, that while it is, of course, somewhere within that 28-mile wide crater or along its what they call the 2,000-foot tail, that there might be biosignatures, could be kind of waiting and giving us some evidence about what life might have been on Mars.
Okay, it's a pricey rover, Carol, $2.7 billion, and it's carrying this drone helicopter. The drone helicopter is called Ingenuity. It has 4-foot rotors, and it's going to be among the first craft to attempt to fly on another planet.
Ingenuity.
Yeah, I love it.
How great. I just love it.
Perfect.
To me, it makes me very optimistic about what's to come and what we might find out. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We'll continue to monitor. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. The U.S. is signaling it is ready to resume talks with Iran. That according to Reuters, but again, worth repeating here. U.S. has signaled it is ready to resume talks with Iran. Stocks and bonds have paired losses. Yes, to be clear, still red on the screen, but there is a lingering concern that rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. Right now, the S&P is down 11, a drop there of 0.3%, 12 minutes to go before we get that clanging bell on Wall Street. The Dow down 77, a drop now of 0.2%, and NASDAQ lower by 72, a drop right now of 0.5%. 10-year yield 1.28%. Gold lower little change, down less than 0.1%, down to $1.40 now at $17.74. And West Texas Intermediate crude tumbling 1.9%, back below 60 right now, 59.97. Natural gas down 5.2%, 305 per million BTUs. Again, recapping, stocks trading lower among the companies reporting earnings after the closing bell. Applied Materials down 1.9%. TripAdvisor as well, up 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we're just about 11 minutes away from that closing bell on this Thursday. It is time for the Drive to the Close, and great to have back with us Dan Pipitone, co-founder of TradeZero America, joining us once again on the phone in Brooklyn. Dan, good to have you here with Tim and myself. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me, Cal.
So, were you glued to your TV or radio or streaming service when it came to the hearings today in Washington?
I had one ear on and one eye on the screen, but yeah, interesting times. It's real interesting to see kind of the lawmakers' take on what happened. We feel that they're constantly trying to paint the picture of, the markets being rigged or stacked against the little guy. And optically, while that's a great story and a great headline, it's refreshing to hear, some of these guys, the CEO of Citadel, amongst them, to really stand their ground and let the regulators and the lawmakers know exactly what happened that day.
So, Dan,
Wait. So what exactly happened that day?
Robinhood had a capital call. DTC is sort of the clearing firm's clearing firm. For whatever reason, they I don't know if they were unable to or were against meeting it, but they wanted to make sure that the call didn't get any bigger, and that was why they restricted trading in some of those real volatile stocks.
So were the lawmakers asking the right questions? Were any lawmakers asking the right questions, in your opinion?
I think some of the guys on the Republican side did kind of get to the heart of the matter, really demonstrating that, the markets operated as they should. The hedge funds and institutions really had their play handed to them by the retail investor. And I think just that dynamic and kind of turning Wall Street on its ear, where the little guy winning, I think is one of the main drivers of kind of the uproar for all of this.
But the market, the stopping of the trading, is that the market functioning as it should, or is there something that does need to still be worked out in your view?
Well, and that's why they're talking about, tightening up the settlement times.
Okay.
Because, the way that the markets are structured right now, it did operate as designed, but to your point, the rules and the means in which these capital calls are calculated, I think need to be revised, need to be a little bit more transparent, which is why the folks at Citadel and Robinhood and many in the industry are pushing more for instant settlements of trades.
Dan, there is a lot of controversy and focus. Well, I should say focus, not necessarily controversy, around payment for order flow. When you joined us on Quick Take a few weeks ago, I asked you about payment for order flow because it is one of the ways that you guys make money, right?
Yes, it is. It's been around for a while. It's within the, it's well within the rules. But for us, I think that the difference in terms of how we do it and maybe the way some others do is that for us, we're gearing and catering to the active trader, those folks where, pennies and fractions of pennies matter. So, we would be called out quicker than Robinhood was for shutting off GameStop if, what we were doing was filling our customers at the best possible displayed price. There is a lot of activity that occurs in between the bid and the ask. So for us and for the routing that we do choose and that we choose select to route to, it's important for us that those venues understand that price improvement is really the main driver and really the main factor for the trading experience for our customers.
Okay, so there were a lot of questions around payment for order flow, especially a little after 1 p.m. Eastern time, when one lawmaker in particular was asking Citadel's Griffin about the practice. Are you at all concerned that in the wake of this, the SEC might change its rules around payment for order flow and how that could affect your business?
It is a concern, but obviously if they're changing it for me, they're changing it for everyone. So, as a broker dealer and as someone who's been doing this for 20 plus years, we'll roll with those punches.
What is the concern that you have? And I understand that, playing with the retail investor, the individual investor, this is a benefit for you. So I just want to kind of put that out there. But what is the concern that you have that lawmakers come down somewhere on this process that will ultimately not impact the big guys, the big investors, but will the little investors?
So some of the questions today were regarding around, did Robinhood or brokers police the fact that these stocks, the GMEs and the AMCs of the world, were being touted and pushed on social media, which I think is kind of preposterous, where, this gentleman who started this Wall Street Bets board and was one of the main guys behind these trades was just sharing what he was doing. So my concern is sort of the overreaction and overreach where broker-dealers would now be asked to, monitor social media and other things that are sort of outside the realm of what we normally do.
But do we need to be concerned there's a little bit of a pump and dump? I mean, were these people really trading when it came to GameStop, thinking the fundamentals of this company? And who knows, right? We don't know the future. But do we need to be a little bit smart and savvy here about that possibility?
Well, I'll ask the flip side of that is those people who were trading GameStop at 250, 300, and 350, if they had any indication of how the markets function, they would understand that they were trading into a momentum play where the bottom can fall out at any time. It's sort of buyer beware. When you have situations that diverge so far from what we know to be reality as it relates to the company and its operations. Those are situations that I think people are, they need to be a little bit more aware of, what they're doing and the fact that they're committing capital at risk. There is the potential to lose that.
Dan, we only have like 10 seconds for this, but what's worst case scenario on the other side of this?
You got really 25. I'm going to give you a little more.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Worst case scenario is extra regulation that doesn't get to the core of what they're trying to mitigate. And just creates unnecessary and unwanted burden on the industry, which could potentially have effects on liquidity and the way that the capital markets function in a liquid and orderly way.
Good stuff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dan Pipitone, co-founder, Trade Zero America, on the phone from Brooklyn. What do you think?
Carol keeping me honest with the timing.
Well, a little bit more. He talks pretty quickly.
You got it in there.
We did. Here comes the closing bell, folks, in just about 3 minutes' time. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It was a down day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining, but stocks and bonds did pair losses amid lingering concern. Rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic days. But to be clear, a down day today, down Thursday, with the S&P falling 17 to 39.14, a drop of 0.4%. The Dow down 118, also down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 100, a drop there of 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.5%. Russell 2000 down by about 0.3%. Energy and technology weighed on the S&P 500. A report earlier in the day showed initial jobless claims rose more than expected. Well, as for the economic outlook amid fiscal stimulus discussions, Evan Brown is head of multi-asset strategies at UBS Asset Management.
What we do see is with this fiscal stimulus coming through and the reopening, that we could be getting on a path that is actually greater, the trend of growth being greater than what we had pre-pandemic, which is really quite something.
Walmart declined after forecasting a slowdown in sales and profit for the year, plus billions of additional spending on worker salaries, automation, and other technologies. Walmart shares down today by 6.5%. First Energy shares advanced after the company said activist investor Carl Icahn is planning to acquire a stake in the company. Icahn notified the company in a letter this week that he intends to acquire a stake valued at between $184 and $920 million. That according to a regulatory filing. First Energy, ticker FE, up today by 7.1%. Again, recapping equities lower. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all retreating on this Thursday. S&P down 17, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stippy, you got to move.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Time to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the Thursday trade. Charlie giving us those numbers. We saw some selling, but we finished just off our highs of the day, but still with losses. As for the S&P 500, Tim, 195 names in the S&P higher today, 310 lower. Your top performing stock in the S&P, an energy name, up 7%. First Energy climbing as Carl Icahn is planning to acquire a stake in the company. He notified the company in a letter this week that he intends to acquire a stake. Yeah, between 184 and $920 million. I think I'm reading that correctly. That's a lot.
Yeah,
or could
it certainly
be.
is.
It's quite a range.
Taking a closer look at the S&P 500, only two of the industry groups are higher today, utilities and consumer discretionary. Utilities finishing the day higher by a little more than half a percentage point. Consumer discretionary is higher by just over 0.1%. Energy, though, the big laggard in the industry groups, down 2.27%. Communication services down a little more than 0.7%. And healthcare stocks down just about 0.6%.
That energy trade, depending on the day's news, either the best performer or the worst performer. We've seen that for several months now, right? No doubt about it. Hey, let's bring in Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle, also watching the markets. And you've been looking at gold, which is interesting because Dave Wilson was on earlier. He's got a chart of the day where he was looking at gold as well. What's jumping out for you, Abigail?
Well, Carol, it is really pretty interesting because gold relative to managed money has been dropping over the last year or so, and it actually appears as though it could drop more. But the reason that this really stands out is retail is pretty much still sky high. So you could say that even though gold is at a 7-month low, and that great chart from Dave Wilson showing that it's certainly underperforming to the NASDAQ 100, it could get worse because it appears that retail money is still very much in gold. It could take a while. But yeah, right now gold looks somewhat vulnerable. And this may suggest something that's contra to a lot of calls on the street, but that the dollar may climb this year, Carol.
Go figure, right? Wait, what were you going to say, Tim?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm still looking at the big market story today is of course Robinhood, Citadel, and Reddit executives testifying when we're thinking about individual stocks. GameStop finishing the day down more than 11%. kind of ticking lower during the hearing. Abigail, did anything that happened and is happening during today's hearing, did it have any effect on the markets today?
So I wish I could say that there was an effect, but I don't think that there really is. A lot of folks on the street saying it's political theater. And not really all that much in terms of an effect on these stocks. GameStop, as you said, dropped. AMC, interestingly, earlier today, and it was another one of those Reddit stocks at the end of January, had one day where it was up 300%. Today was spiking higher on a rumor, and this has been a speculative rumor for a while, that Amazon would buy them out. So that stock actually finished closer to even. But overall, that Reddit trade seems to be over, and the hearing really not doing much to, put more air in it for sure, or even crash it. I mean, GameStop's down 11%, but with this sort of a hearing and the wild double-digit moves that we've seen, and, in some cases triple-digit moves, it wouldn't have been surprising to see a bigger decline. So on a relative basis, maybe not so bad. And on the macro markets, no influence at all.
That AMC story, though, is pretty wild. I mean, the stock was up almost 13% today. I do feel like, though, Abigail, and you watch the markets really closely, you talk to folks, I do feel like in terms of like clearing trades, that a story comes out quickly, it plays itself out, but if there's just a lot of fluff in it, it goes right back to where it was. It doesn't take several days for us to kind of figure this one out.
Agreed, and that's one of the factors around these message boards and other fast methods of communication. And with AMC, again, this was one of those stocks that one day it was up 303%. So today you saw early on when those rumors were speculating or circulating, the stock surged, like you said, up 13%, and then once folks sorted through it, right back down, not wanting to get caught holding the bag, so to speak.
Hey, Abigail, can you give us the details on the energy trade today? I mean, the worst performing in the industry groups today, down more than 2.2%. What's the story there?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, actually. So energy, of course, has been the hot trade, a piece of that reflation trade. Energy in the banks going up until today as the reflation trade pops to some degree, as, rising rates are finally rattling stocks, including for banks, which is kind of interesting because rising rates should typically help the banks. But energy, what stands out is, of course, we have this crisis down in Texas, and that had been helping this sector. That was another reason beyond the reopening optimism that energy had been climbing. But at this point, we actually have oil down 1.8%. So between the energy stocks cooling off from this year's big rally on the year, the last time I looked, they were up about 20%. So that's a huge move in a short period of time. So again, just a little bit of a cooling off there. And then on top of it, you have oil down, after inventories earlier, it appears, the two factors weighing, those are some of the biggest decliners for sure. And as you mentioned, the worst sector down 2.3%.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Markets reporter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up. Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, give us your stock of the day.
Stamps.com, Tim. It's an online provider of postage service, especially for small businesses and home offices. The company was founded in 1996 and went public in 1999. The ticker is STMP. Now, Stamps.com's shares have seesawed lately. In August, they set a record after climbing tenfold in 15 months. By November, they'd given back about half the gain. Stamps.com took another hit after putting out fourth quarter results late yesterday. Last quarter's figures weren't the issue. Earnings and revenue beat analysts' average estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Instead, Stamps.com's failure to provide forecasts for this year got noticed. Now, the company cited, quote, substantial uncertainty, end quote, about the COVID-19 pandemic's effects on e-commerce. Now, this didn't stop Stamps.com from making predictions last year, when the pandemic led many other companies to withdraw forecasts. Its reluctance this year sent the shares to their biggest drop since May 2019. They fell more than 15.5%.
That's a lot. That's a big move. All right. Dave, thank you so much. Just want to mention Mark Zuckerberg, Sundar Pichai, also Jack Dorsey to testify at a House panel hearing. That's going to happen at March 25th. So Facebook, Google, Twitter CEOs, they will be testifying. So big tech once again under the gun. All right, let's get back.
Robinhood, Citadel, and Reddit executives weren't enough. Here comes big tech again.
It's like, next? All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Right now, though, let's go over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. I'm going to say Nancy Wilson.
Yeah, not yet.
No.
There were some tense moments, but NASA's Perseverance Mars rover has made it to the surface of the red planet.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
The rover is now in a crater that may hold remnants of ancient life. It'll be collecting rock samples using a special arm. Perseverance has covered 300 million miles on its trip to Mars that began with its launch at the end of July. President Biden is sending help to residents of Texas that have been dealing with power outages and water shortages.
Right now, our focus is on working every lever that we have at our disposal through the federal government to get relief to the people of Texas.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says generators, water, and blankets are on the way. Former President Trump may still be leaving the door open to running again in 2024, but it does not look like there are immediate plans to turn the Trump family into a political dynasty.
Ivanka Trump isn't running for office anytime soon. A source tells Bloomberg the former president's daughter spoke with Florida Senator Marco Rubio this month and said she does not plan to challenge him next year. Sources also tell us Donald Trump Jr. isn't running in the next cycle, though he's said to be aware of suggestions that he run for Senate in Pennsylvania or Montana, or even move to Wyoming to challenge Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. One Trump who could run next year is the former president's daughter-in-law, Laura. Sources say she still hasn't made up her mind about running for retiring Senator Richard Burr's seat in North Carolina. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now let's check in with Charlie Pellet with a business flash.
Hi, thank you very much, Nancy Lyons. And here's what's going on. After the bell, we did hear from Applied Materials. Shares up now by about 0.3%. Applied Materials forecast adjusted EPS for the second quarter, and that guidance did beat the average analyst estimate. Turned out to be a down day on Wall Street. We did finish off our session lows at the worst level of the day. The S&P had been down 46, down 1.2%. Ended with a loss of 17 points, down by 0.4%. Stocks and bonds paired losses amid lingering concern. Rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. The Dow down 119, down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 100, lower by 0.7%. Again, the S&P down 17, down 0.4. 10-year yield 1.28%. Gold down 0.1%, down $1.11 the ounce to $17.75. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%. $60.08 a barrel on WTI. Natural gas down 5.2%, $3.05 per million BTUs. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Well, it's a company whose brands you definitely know: Spam, Skippy, Hormel Deli Meats, and Chili, Applegate, and most recently Planters, thanks to an acquisition. And it came out this morning with its latest quarterly update, both profit and revenues topping analyst estimates, and it did send Tim the stock higher. Joining us with more on the business and outlook is Hormel Chairman, CEO, and President Jim Snee. He's on the phone. He is in Minnesota. So, Jim, nice to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm doing really well, Carol. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, weather, cold. How are you guys doing?
Well, I tell you what, we're used to this, unlike some other parts of the country. So we're always cold this time of year, but I think we know how to manage it.
Yeah, you guys definitely do. Well, listen, you investors seem to be responding to how you guys are managing the company, responding favorably after your latest quarter. Tell us about what's been driving momentum.
Yeah, it was really a strong first quarter for us, so a great way to start our fiscal 2021. Actually, record sales in the quarter, and it was across all four of our businesses. And we haven't seen that kind of sales growth since 2016. So, I mean, as you can imagine, continued strong retail sales. Our international business continues to be really, really positive. We're starting to see some signs of recovery in our food service business. That's really the part over the last year that, early in the pandemic, we saw food service, restaurants, hotels, their business, collapse. But now, as more states are opening up, vaccines more widely distributed, we are starting to see some signs of recovery, and so that's got us really optimistic for the balance of the year.
Hey, Jim, I'm really eager to get more color into the decision to buy Planters from Kraft Heinz. It was announced earlier this month. $3.35 billion. It includes Corn Nuts and some other brands as well. The effective purchase price, about $2.79 billion. Why is this a good fit for Hormel?
It's about Mr. Peanut, though. Let's just lay it out there. It's about Mr. Peanut.
Everyone knows Mr. Peanut.
Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Spam needed a friend, or Skippy needed a friend. Actually, Tim, it's a great question, but this is a business that fits in our portfolio so perfectly. I mean, it starts with it's an iconic brand. So when you think about the brands, and Carol, you mentioned a whole bunch of them at the top. Our brands are so well known, so well recognized, and we know how to manage brands. We're great stewards of brands, and so Spam, Skippy, and now Planters, they've been around for a long time. We know how to nurture them. Planters happens to be in a very, very attractive category for us, the snacking category, and so we've already got a pretty well-developed snacking business, but it's across all parts of the company. This is really an opportunity for us to focus in the snack nuts. And if you think about how much it makes sense when you think about the Skippy business we have, the Justin's business we have, this is just a natural evolution of that portfolio. The other thing that it does for us is, over time, we've been very intentional about being less and less of a commodity meat company. And some of the acquisitions we've made over the last several years have really moved us further down that path. And so this is just another step. And what's even more exciting is by far it's the largest acquisition our company's ever made. So as I've been telling our team all week, there's a lot to love about this business, and we're really excited to get to work on it. And hopefully that'll be sometime in May.
Now, I know that you expect to see synergies of between $50 and $60 million a year by 2024, or $50 to $60 million, I should say, by 2024. Where exactly are those synergies coming from? Are they coming from bulk buying products? Are they coming from headcount reduction? What's happening?
Yeah, it's going to come from a little bit of everywhere. And so, when we think about procurement and our ability to have additional scale in some of the categories that are common, we would expect to be able to save some money. We also think there's going to be some revenue synergies. And, there's parts of our business that we're not very well developed in. So think convenience stores. You walk in a convenience store today, we have very little presence with our current portfolio. Planters, on the other hand, has a huge presence. So I think we're going to have the opportunity with their knowledge and expertise to introduce more and more of our products into the convenience store model. So it's really going to be a combination of some costs, some operational, and then some revenue synergies.
So I got to ask you, does it frustrate you, Jim? I'm looking at the Bloomberg terminal, and none of the analyst community that follows you has a buy on the stock. There's about 10 holds and 3 sells. Do you feel like there's something Wall Street's missing about your story? Are you frustrated a little bit by it?
It's really hard to say that, Carol, because, when you look at our trading multiple today, I mean, we're at the top of our peer group. And so, for us, we don't get so bogged down in that. It's really all about, we always call ourselves a show me company that says now we got to show people what we can do. And so as we're able to grow sales and ultimately grow earnings, and if we get that kind of multiple, it's going to take care of itself. So I think we get a lot of positive recognition from the analyst community. They just want to see more from us, and acquisitions like Planters really allow us to do that.
So is Planters it? You said you guys have done a series of acquisitions that have helped you become less of a commoditized meat business. Is there something else on your radar? I know you're digesting this one, no pun intended, but there are a lot of companies and brands who are getting rid of underperforming brands and kind of honing their companies. Is there something else that you think would be another good fit? Or even if it's not specific, are you shopping?
No, well, for the time being, our CFO took my checkbook away.
Okay.
But, the beauty of it is, the strength of our balance sheet is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we had essentially no debt, and then what we're going to be able to finance this debt at, the incredibly low rates, historically low rates, and then the cash flow that our current business generates, and then the additional cash flow of Planters. We might be out of the market for a little while as we digest this one, but it's not going to be that long. And to your point, Carol, we'll be back in there, and there are a lot of attractive businesses to us, and some of them have been longer standing, and some of them are emerging. And the beauty, if you look across our acquisition history, we've done a little bit of both, and we've done them both successfully.
So even though the CFO has taken your checkbook away, if they hadn't, I'm wondering what's exciting to you out there right now. I mean, independent snacks are absolutely booming right now, and even snacks that aren't independent, that have been bought up by some of your bigger rivals, are absolutely booming right now. What's exciting to you?
Well, I mean, what we're really excited about, Tim, is just what we have coming into the family with Planters. And so we've got a lot of work to integrate that business and get it up and running and do what we say we're going to do. But our ability to leverage that knowledge and experience in snacking, in convenience stores, across other parts of our portfolio. So, I mean, Justin's is a brand that, from my perspective, is going to be a huge beneficiary of what we learn from Planters in that snacking category. And so you're exactly right. I mean, the snacking business is very strong, continues to grow, and Planters just gives us another opportunity to have insights and innovation, and we'll share those both ways, things that we're doing here at Hormel that we can apply there and vice versa. So, yeah, it's a very attractive space, and we're going to have enough on our hands for a little while that we're not going to get distracted. We're going to get the blinders on and get to work.
So one thing I've got to ask you, Jim, and this is something near and dear to us. I mean, we are constantly as a family looking at ingredients and healthier food, and that is a significant consumer trend that I think the train has left the station on it. So I'm just curious, how do you guys factor that when, people will say cold cut's not the healthiest, but you also have things like Applegate. So how do you move that when you still got a lot of brands that some people might say aren't, the healthiest for consumers?
Well, we wouldn't say that. I mean, because it's all about consumer choice, right? And some of the best brands that we have that appeal to consumers in that space, you mentioned Applegate. We've got Justin's. We've got other internally developed brands like Natural Choice. So no preservatives. And so, I mean, we continue to find ways to not only acquire, but to innovate. And it's all about consumer choice. And so, you've got to think about the economic ladder, what consumers can afford. Not every consumer today can afford a premium package of Applegate lunch meat. Many more can afford a no preservative or preservative-free package of Natural Choice. So, what we love about our portfolio is you go across the spectrum of options and opportunities. We've got something for everyone. And even in the grocery store, retail outlets, there aren't too many places in the grocery store that you're going to go and you won't find a Hormel brand. Hormel may not be at the top of your mind when you're looking at it, but brands like Holy Guacamole, Herdez Salsa, we've talked about Skippy Peanut Butter, Dinty Moore Beef Stew, the Columbus Grab and Go charcuterie offerings. I mean, the portfolio that we've built is absolutely phenomenal, and it caters to consumers at every point in the economic ladder.
Hey, Jim, can you talk a little bit about the Inspired Pathways program? It's something that Hormel launched over the summer, and it's a 2-year community college education funding for that, for dependents of team members. Take us through your thinking behind launching that.
Yep. Tim, we obviously had a front row seat to everything that happened in Minneapolis last year. And so, as we took a step back and thought about it, I mean, one of the things that we do really, really well is we don't rush into anything. We're very thoughtful, very disciplined. The easy thing to do would have been to write a check in support of some initiative. And what we said is, let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's make a difference and make a difference where it matters to our team members and to us. And we believe, the way you change this world is through education. And so knowing that we have so many team members where perhaps English is a second language and they've got, children who maybe don't have the opportunity or the resources that some of us had to go to college, how can we make a difference for them? And so this program is it's going to allow some team members, but more importantly, their dependents to get a leg up and to really get a head start. And, community colleges are just a hidden jewel in our country where it's a great place to go and to really get started in the, higher education world. And so we've been hard at work. We've actually got well over 100 applicants already. We've got team members who are excited to support those applicants. And so we're just really excited for the first class. And, I'm sure you'll hear a lot more from us because we're really proud of what we're going to be able to do to change the trajectory of some of these people's lives.
Listen, it's so important, and we're really glad. And we do hope you'll keep us up to date on what you're doing because a lot of individuals just need someone to help get them going. And I also thought it was really fascinating what Jim had to say about different tiers in terms of different consumers. Jim Snee, he is the CEO at Hormel. This is Bloomberg.
broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser. I am here at home because of the snow, but I got to say, I've been looking forward to, as soon as I knew we had this guest booked, looking forward to talking with him. We're talking about Lionel Barber. He was, for 15 years, the editor-in-chief of the Financial Times. He's got a new book out called The Powerful and the Damned, Private Diaries in Turbulent Times. He has had a front row seat to so much. He's going to be our guest in just a moment. First up, though, we want to get a check on your top business stories. Here is, once again, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Great guest coming up. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, meanwhile, says she would like to see bipartisan support for stimulus. Speaking on CNBC, she said she's hoping to see progress on a stimulus bill in the next 2 weeks. PIMCO hit with a new sexual harassment claim from 3 women. PIMCO says it does investigate each claim and tolerates no abuse. After the bell, Applied Materials gave a strong forecast for the current quarter, helped by growing orders from chip makers rushing to produce more supply. Shares of Applied Materials little changed after hours. Stocks dropped to the lowest levels in more than a week. Treasury yields edged higher amid growing concern rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. S&P down 17, a drop of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 119, down 0.4%. Nasdaq down 100, down 0.7%. Tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 index slumped 0.4%, third consecutive decline. 10-year yield 1.29% now. Gold, $17.76 the ounce. Crude, West Texas Intermediate, holding above 60, down 1.7%, $60.08 a barrel. And we do have natural gas down 5%, $3.06 per million BTUs. Hormel Foods up today by 1% this morning. Hormel reported first quarter EPS that matched estimates. Hormel makes a lot of pantry staples, including Skippy, Spam, and it recently announced it was buying the Planters snack brand from Kraft Heinz. Hormel CEO Jim Snee was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week moments ago, and he talked about that Planters acquisition.
Our brands are so well known, so well recognized, and we know how to manage brands. We're great stewards of brands, and so Spam, Skippy, and now Planters, as you know, they've been around for a long time. We know how to nurture them. Planters happens to be in a very, very attractive category for us, the snacking category.
Tesla has trimmed prices for its cheapest Model 3 and Model Y while raising prices for the performance versions. According to the electric car maker's website, Tesla shares did decline today by 1.35%. So again, recapping, turned out to be a down Thursday here. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining today. S&P lower by 17, down by about 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser. Our most read story on the Bloomberg, it's something we talked about earlier. NASA successfully landing its largest and most sophisticated science rover on Mars. The spacecraft Perseverance we're talking about, touching down in an ancient river delta that may contain signs of whether the planet ever harbored microbial life. But this is what it's all about. It's not the first mission, as we all know, to Mars, but there's been several missions. But it's really about, looking at the terrain, trying to figure out what kind of life might have existed. This is where water used to exist on Mars, so certainly something that we'll all be closely watching over the next few weeks to see if indeed what the findings are and what it tells us about life. Also, among our most read stories on the Bloomberg, PIMCO hit with new sexual harassment claims from 3 women specifically. A former employee of Pacific Investment Management claiming she was sexually harassed by men at the firm and demoted after she rejected advances by her boss. This is the former chairman of PIMCO Funds, Brent Harris. So we saw this story just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. And listen, Charlie, I think Charlie Pellet's there as well, and I'm going to bring him in. One of the other most read stories has to do with the U.S. vaccine supply. And we've heard from the president, I think about a week and a half or a couple of weeks ago, about the vaccine supply specifically. And the U.S. vaccine supply, Charlie, poised to double in the coming weeks and months, at least according to analysis by us here at Bloomberg.
Indeed, certainly a good sign. And as I alluded to earlier in one of the reports, stating the obvious here, but we all can't wait for the days to go to sporting events, to be able to go to concerts, comedy clubs, everything we used to do, until life changed dramatically in the middle of March, at least for those of us here in the Northeast, 1 year ago. So it's great news that, bit by bit, life will eventually be getting back to normal.
Right, exactly. I do feel like, we're making progress, and it certainly feels a little bit more upbeat, although we know that there are still high numbers of cases, high numbers of hospitalizations, but it does look like the trend numbers are coming down. I know the next, 4 to 8 weeks are going to be crucial, especially as we see vaccines rolling out, and then we also have those variants coming out. So it's kind of this race against, getting the vaccines out and getting ahead of the variant spread, if you will. Did you listen to any of the hearings out of D.C. today?
I did. We carried them live on Bloomberg Radio and also on Bloomberg Television. And, your co-host made one observation right after it, and that had to do with all of the technical issues that I heard on the air. And just to assure our listeners and our engineering department, those technical issues weren't coming from our end. That's what was coming out of Washington, D.C. But a year into this thing, a lot of people still, as Tim pointed out, they don't know how to use the mute button when they're communicating. And there was just a lot of echoes and garbled audio. It was not clean.
Yeah, we're still all learning. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Gotta say, I've been looking forward to this next conversation. He spent 15 years as the editor of the Financial Times. He's had a front row seat to the big business, market, political, economic stories of our time, and also the power players really behind it all. It's all in a new book. It's called The Powerful and the Damned, Private Diaries in Turbulent Times. The author is Lionel Barber, former editor-in-chief of the Financial Times, joining us on the phone from London. And Lionel, we have just about a minute or so, and then we'll take a break and come back and talk some more. But tell me what you wanted to do with this book.
Well, great to be with you, Carol. I wanted to have a book about power, people in power, how they made decisions, what were they like up close and personal, like Mohammed bin Salman in Riyadh, or Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin, or the President Trump and Obama, sort of snapshots of the personalities, and on Wall Street, obviously, some of the big bankers who were in the middle of the global financial crisis. And I had a privileged seat, as you say, as editor of the Financial Times. So up close and personal in diary form.
In terms of, we got about 30 seconds, then we'll come back. Everybody who has power, not the same, though, in terms of how they use it or how they, how they are face to face?
Well, I think that the big change that happened under my editorship was obviously the digital revolution. And that really changed the power balance between readers and producers of news. The news industry fragmented. There were new ways of reaching readers. You saw that with Twitter and politicians, and also the rise of China. That was the other huge phenomenon. There was a change, frankly, in the economic balance of power between East and West.
Well, hold on for a second, because those are two topics I want to dig a little bit deeper into. We're just going to do a little bit of news, and we'll come back to Lionel Barber, his new book out, The Powerful and the Damned, Private Diaries in Turbulent Times. He's the former editor-in-chief of the FT. Let's get over to D.C. and World of National News and Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol, the Perseverance Mars rover has made it to its destination, a crater on the red planet. It landed in the past hour without any problems. Joe Cassidy is with Aerojet Rocketdyne, a company with a long history of working with NASA. He tells Bloomberg the company is excited to be involved in this adventure.
The rover is actually powered by a little nuclear power generating device, and we actually make that for NASA out in our Canoga Park facility in California. So we are the guys who get them there, and we're the guys who power them around on the surface.
The rover also has a drone helicopter, which will be the first craft to attempt to fly on another planet. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is coming under fire for taking a trip to Cancun with his family as the state deals with massive power outages. He says he flew to Mexico after his daughter said they wanted to make a trip with friends. He says he's flying back home today. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster's just signed into law a measure that effectively bans nearly all abortions in the state.
All of us have the right. The young, the old, the rich, the poor, weak, strong, known, unknown, or unborn, all have the right to life.
The new law prohibits abortion if fetal cardiac activity is detected. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Lionel Barber in just a moment, former editor-in-chief of the FT with his new book, The Powerful and the Damned. In the meantime, Charlie, one story that caught certainly my attention by our Alex Tanzi, U.S. life expectancy plunging by a full year in the first half of 2020. It's the biggest drop since World War II. It's the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact that it's had on our country.
And it's, Carol, it's amazing. You know, just 2 minutes ago, we were expressing optimism about vaccines, and this story puts a lot of things in perspective. Life expectancy at birth dropping to 77.8 years from 78.8 in 2019, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. The report also showed widening disparities along racial and gender lines. Black men saw a 3-year decline in life expectancy, while the gap between the sexes rose to 5.4 years. That is the most in more than 2 decades.
Yeah, listen, the racial divide that we continue to talk about on so many different levels, and it's really just so evident there. And, you know, it's interesting too, Charlie, and this is something we've talked about on air a lot. There's a recent research paper that found that the overall toll may be even higher once indirect effects are taken into account, including people who died because they delayed seeking treatment for other conditions. We've talked about this, people who delayed tests, routine, testing or routine checkups, and what that will mean in terms of longer health care on individuals and on society as a whole.
Indeed, and the story points out that life expectancy in the U.S. was already showing signs of stalling out in the years up to the coronavirus, after rising steadily for most of the period since World War II. A couple of explanations: higher suicide rates, a surge in drug-related deaths such as opioid abuse, and also, of course, signs that the pandemic could be making both of those problems worse.
Yeah, and there's some gaps, obviously, between women and men, too. A growing gap between men whose life expectancy fell to 75.1 years from 76.3. Women, slightly smaller drop to 80.5 years from 81.4. So some interesting statistics. Charlie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Applied Materials out with a strong forecast for the current quarter, helped by growing orders from chip makers rushing to produce more supply. Applied Materials, ticker AMAT, up now by 1.6%. Stocks dropping to a more than 1 week low today. Treasury yields edging higher amid growing concern. Rising borrowing costs could sap a rally that has driven equity values to historic highs. S&P down 17, drop now of 0.4%. The Dow also down 0.4% today. NASDAQ down 0.7. 10-year yield, by the way, 1.29%. Gold at $17.76 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%. $60.11 a barrel. Natural gas down 5%. $3.05 per million BTUs. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Want to get right back to Lionel Barber, former editor-in-chief of the Financial Times for 15 years, stepping down in 2020. His new book out, The Powerful and the Damned, Private Diaries in Turbulent Times, really a diary of the observations and access to so many key players that were behind all of the big stories over the last 15 years. He still is with us on the phone in London. So one thing I want to ask you, Lionel, especially on a day where we were kind of glued to the hearings in Washington, the GameStop meme stock trading, the Reddit rise. Is it a story that you missed reporting on?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was one of the best market stories. It was better than the taper tantrum. Maybe not quite as dramatic as when we were watching the world's financial system almost melt down in 2008. But it had everything, didn't it? The small-time trader, the hedge funds making millions, and one or two companies that you and I thought were not much better than penny stocks suddenly going through the roof.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love to have been in the newsroom.
Who's the powerful and who's the damned in that story?
In the GameStop. Well, there were one or two people who are going to got caught short, who are definitely going to be damned. But I think there's some questions about the integrity of the trading platform. I think there's the powerful, maybe at least in the short term, the small-time retail investor clubbing together was a bit more powerful than we ever imagined.
So I want to go through, I could talk to you for hours. The tech boom, what comes to mind? Who was the power player that just epitomizes that time?
Well, you have to say that it's the big four, isn't it? I think Jeff Bezos' amazing transformation of Amazon, Facebook, some questions about their model, the way the contribution to the sort of civic discourse and role in elections, their platforms being abused. Google, massive amount of influence over the news business. I mean, for the FT, it was critical because we built a subscription model. I see a few have followed that over across the pond. For the having a reasonable relationship and making the tech giants understand, and that included Apple, that we couldn't just hand over our data on our customers. We needed to sort of establish our brand and not be discriminated against. And that was a big story. But the powerful was certainly, and still are, the big tech four in America.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
And by the way, in China.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We talked earlier about Facebook and what's going on in Australia right now. I do wonder, what is the survival of mainstream media when you've got social media and it's where increasingly everyone goes for their news?
Well, true, Carol. And in the period I was editor, there's no question that the media landscape fragmented in a dramatic way, and social media became terribly important. But as long as you're not caught in the muddled middle and you've got a strong brand, and I would consider Bloomberg, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Financial Times. We were known when I was in Washington 25 years ago as the Financial Times of London, no more. It was the FT Pink brand. If you've got a strong brand and a good business model, which is a subscription business, you can thrive. And the FT did get more than 1 million paying readers. We doubled our audience and readership in the 15 years I was editor.
It was a must-read for all of us when it came to anything going on in the world of business and beyond and the markets. Let me go through a couple of other big stories. The global financial crisis. Who's one power player that you were in their office or on the phone with that just, when you think of that time, that's who you think of?
I think of Jamie Dimon because he was tactically so astute. And look, they got bigger and more, and they managed their risk very well. I think of Steve Schwartzman, who epitomizes the role of and rise of private equity. His market timing, going public, was impeccable, and they managed risk well. And also, I think of Larry Fink, that quiet but immense power in asset management. Those are the three. Maybe Goldman, Lloyd Blankfein. He was always great fun to talk to, very astute.
Lionel, if you put out a phone call to anybody, did everyone always call you back?
Well, they called me back, maybe not in 5 minutes, but at the end of a half an hour. Yeah, people return my calls.
Was there any call that you were ever nervous talking to someone because it was a delicate story, or I don't know? I'm curious.
Oh, you always worry a bit that when that heavy breathing comes on the line and you think, well, you know, you don't know have you messed up or something? You're a bit wary, but then you've got to be able to bounce, strike back politely, of course. But no, I wasn't really nervous. Obviously, in our country, we've got libel risk. There were things like that. And look, frankly, there were occasions when things got a bit heated on the phone. But this is a family broadcast, so I don't want to go into it.
Well, there's great details in the book. The rise of China, it's something we teased before the break. I feel like this is a story